Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm happy that you are out there. Glad that we can talk again. We apologize for failing to come on in good time, but we thank God that we are now able to come over and get talking. Na leo tunazungumzia kuhusu Azimio La Machungwa na Mbolea. D.A.P, the CS Eugine Wamalwa's party, and its support for Baba. What is happening with Mulembe nation politics? Is there a paradigm shift? Let's get talking. Use the link that is right into the comment section and let us get talking. Politics is becoming interesting with every passing day. I'm sure that you're finding it fascinating too. That this is our country. We have every right to see to it that we participate into the political process that guarantees our welfare even as we go about our day-to-day life. So wherever you are around the world, thank you so much for making time to watch Mulembe TV. I trust you are well. Let us get talking. Everywhere, everything is happening so fast, and so let's keep abreast of every event that is taking place to keep us informed. The link is in the comments. You just click on it and allow StreamYard to control your camera and your audio, and you will be into the studio for us to get talking. Yes, Nico, vipi?
Habari yake poa sana. Naona leo mmezindua mbolea na machungwa.
D.A.P ndio mbolea nzuri kwa nyinyi wakulima ama
wakulima kama sisi watu wa Western tutavuna machungwa na anza na D.A.P itakuwa smart sana.
Bas.
But hii ni short changing tu ya hii kura za Mulembe nation. Watu wenye wako na kiburi kama watu waoka hawa wakina Wetangula Musalia wakiambiwa left na wanaenda right. Sasa heri D.A.P kuje tuweke lime ndani alafu tupande machungwa ishike kabisa.
Kabisa.
Machungwa ikishika, Azimio ni moto kuotea mbali. Azimio itakuwa na machungwa na kila kitu.
So machungwa italeta vitamin ambayo itamaliza corona na kila kitu, sio?
Yote iko na CS of Agriculture. Eugine ndiye ameleta sasa mbolea D.A.P. Kuna mbasi wanakuja ya kubebe hiyo machunga. Tutakuwa na hata kuwa na corona. Azimio la machungwa na mbolea hakuna corona ndani. Kila mtu atajivunia kukua Azimio movement. That's why wamesema Azimio movement na Azimio la umoja. Na tutakuwa na umoja. Kila mtu atakuwa usawa, undugu, ushalishaji. Yani D.A.P imeleta sasa kuzalisha zaidi. Vyama mingi zinaingia. Tunazalisha sahi. Hiyo U5, undugu, usawa, uzalishaji, uchumi bora. Unaona zaidi maneno itakuwa tu sawa.
Sawa, Nico. Thank you so much. Let's keep talking.
Yeah.
Patriot, how are you?
I'm very fine, Bernard. I find it fascinating, you know. And I want to congratulate Nico the way he has responded. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it is very interesting. I'm good, Bernard.
Yes. Okay, yes, so mbolea ndio hiyo, machungwa tumepanda. Mavuno tutarajie ama tubahatishe?
Sasa, in fact, the whole contexture, you know, the whole thing is summarized. And Nico seemed to summarize the debate before we even entered it. And that was like, he's finishing everything literally in the few statements. Because you can imagine, Baba has been talking about Azimio La Umoja. And when you look at the fabric, the details of Azimio La Umoja, it means uzalishaji, you know, umoja, yeah, and the rest. I think predominantly umoja na uzalishaji, it is the most key, you know, component here in this topic of today. You know, because when you talk about D.A.P, you're talking about a fertilizer. Fertilizer, Undugu, yes. In fact, in the Mulembe nation. In fact, hata sio undugu sasa ni Mulembe nation. We must make sure. No wonder, Bernard, at Kasarani, the music that really was the climax of the Azimio was a Mulembe nation music. I'm so surprised, and it sang. That's the music that was played today. So I want to agree with my people that the whole story around the Azimio La Umoja today was the climax, in my view. It was the climax, and that is a culmination of the two important areas. Baba climbed the mountain. He realized what was lacking was to get the fertilizer, so that where he gets to some soil where the orange might not do well, he must always carry the fertilizer so that he boosts the yields, you know, and that you can see it was very, very significant that very D.A.P had to come from Western. And as my brother put it clearly, Bernard, it was very significant that the Minister for Agriculture was available. You know, so this was certified fertilizer. This was certified fertilizer after doing soil analysis. And I think Baba has the report. When he went across the country, he realized that some areas, the orange might not grow without the D.A.P, the fertilizer. So the fertilizer has come very timely. And the people who are going to benefit more, in my view, are the Mulembe nation, where farming has been so poor. Political farming has been very poor and erratic in Western. Now what they will do, let them come and pick the seedlings of the oranges. Then they start doing this, because other people who've been planting other so-called, crops, they have tried to do crop rotational. They have tried to do all manner of, agricultural practices. But one thing they forgot, you need to have an expert on board, Munya. You know, Munya, the Minister for Agriculture, working closely with the Eugine Wamalwa, I'm sure they did very good research, and they found out that this very fertilizer was going to be the game changer in as far as the political, crop growing in Western Kenya is concerned. And I think it is exciting to discuss about this. I am seeing, fruits, oranges growing in areas. It's going to improve nutritional value politically of these people. Some of them have been looking so emaciated. They look like they have no balance. So vitamin C is very important. Nutrition is key. So D.A.P, going alongside the plantation of Machungwa for Baba, I am seeing the yields becoming too much and overwhelming. So inawezekana within the boundaries of Kenya, tuwe na vile national anthem inatuambia, tuwe na plenty within our borders. We are going to have plenty within our borders with the D.A.P, now that Machungwa will nourish and it will do well. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Patriot, for breaking that down. We want to appreciate those of you that are following us. Levi, Kiru, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bernard Ongubo, thank you so much. Shadrach Wekulo, we salute you. Thank you so much. We appreciate every one of you for joining us on this show. I trust all is well with you. Let's get talking. Shadi Boy, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Wycliffe Machora, we salute you. We are glad also that you're watching and following the program. Let us get talking. What the paradigm shift with the Mulembe nation politics with the incoming of D.A.P ambayo tunaita Mbolea, ambayo itahakikisha kwamba machungwa itaota kila mahali na itakuwa na mazao ambayo itatosha nchi na kuna kuwa kwa shoko tena. So come in, let us get talking. We have Mark Mosioma, sorry. Unmute and speak. Unmute kwanza.
Yes. Yeah, good evening Ben.
Good evening to you. Karibu sana.
Asante, ndio nimeingia. I wish that I listened first, alafu I'll make my submissions later.
Sawa sawa, karibu. Thank you.
Sawa, asante.
Okay. Bwana Joe, vipi?
Niko poa. Leo naona meno yako yote iko nje. Ni nini unafurahikia?
Mbolea. Ukiongeza mbolea kwa machungwa inakuwa ile imeng'ara.
Mutashangaa sana, mambo bado. Mambo bado
wapi?
Mambo bado.
Tushafanya top dressing bas. Ni kungoja tu granary ya kuweka ndani manure. Na mbasi hiyo inakuja tunachaza ndani machungwa tutapeleka Mombasa.
Mbona uko chonjo sana? Mimi nasema mambo bado na hujui inamaanisha nini.
Haya, jieleze tuelewe.
Si mmoja amebaki na shell. Bado mwingine pia atabaki na shell tu. Ma DVD pia asipochunga itaendelea hivyo. Naona Kalonzo ndiye anajua kupima hewa. Otherwise, today's happening at D.A.P was something that was expected. And you see, Wetangula has been accused over a period of time that he's been selling Oka, and it's been selling what the Oka people talk with President Uhuru. So he has been a marked one. And I think he was even aware, that's why he held his NDC, maybe thinking that he's got away with it, and he talks like a lion, a true lion. Kumbe, he doesn't know there's an enigma was behind him and was watching closely. So whatever I was saying that, even this thing, I think he's going to blame it on Raila. But it's normal. It's normal for Wetangula and Mudavadi to blame Raila for their whatever failures. So let's expect this. Watch this space. They'll all blame Raila because last time Mudavadi came to the aid of Wetangula, saying that this is planned by Raila. Let them say again. You know, they keep on talking like that, but people will see through these things, even of Wasi or Western. And also, you see, like, whether they blame Raila or not, whether Raila was connected to this thing or not, Mudavadi has always been beaten hands down. Both of them combined. And this time, I think they're going to even be beaten more to prove a point. They're going to be beaten more by Raila. So let's expect more to come. We'll talk later when after heard of people's submissions. I'll add more.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Check sana. Things can change.
They will not take away my smile.
You think so?
No, they won't. Asante, karibu sana, tuendelee kuongea. Patio, tuko na swali kwa Joe.
Joe, you're welcome, my brother. I want to continue, on the spirit we started that, we are human beings and we react to situations. We are responsive of what happens around. So when you see Bernard smiling, that should tell you there is something in the house. That the elephant in the house has been tamed. That's what is simply, that's what the smile is actually telling you. And when you talk about DAP in relation to farming as a component in the fertilizer, which is very important when you're practicing farming, it means for you to have good, farming practice, you must make sure that all the stages of farming, you are prepared in advance. In fact, for some of us who come from Tanzania and Western, we prepare to buy fertilizer some months before the new year. Like now, when you talk about December, people who want to do proper farming next year, they have already bought the kind of farm inputs, because those are farm inputs. Fertilizer, you have set money aside for the fuel for the tractors and stuff. So when you see a farmer smiling before he goes to the farm, it means his equipments are ready. So he's waiting for the season. That is why Bernard is smiling. That's enough. A farmer just knows. Sasa mimi nina mbolea, nimepata pesa ya kulipa tinga ya kunilimia, nimenunua mbegu. What else do you expect? Anakula Christmas akijua farming ikifika atafanya. So ukianza kumwambia mvua itakosa, hiyo ni story nyingine. What he knows, he has done his part. That's where I want to go. So back to the main story, Bernard. Let me say this. I think I agree with Joe that this was expected. Time and again, we've spoken on this platform how Raila will actually deal with the Western votes. And actually, you can find from the videos and the kind of submissions we've made. I remember at some point I said Eugine Wamalwa will deal with the votes of Western in as far as the Bukusu sub-tribe is concerned, where Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, and partly Webuye as a city, it's a small town, is included. So I agree with Joe that this was highly expected. We know that was it. This is an event where you are actually graduating. When the D-Day is there for your graduation, you don't stop smiling because you knew that you will graduate. No, it is a very good experience that you get, onto that as an occasion. So I want to believe that Baba did his homework very well. Wetangula has been very playful. He's been a hard girl to get. He comes into the house, he sneaks through the window, he disappears, he sleeps with the neighbors. Then he says, "Oh, I went there, they didn't cook me nice food," and yet, and then probably the girl is the one who's supposed to cook. So this is the kind of games that the Western leaders who I want to equate them as girls who want to go into marriage have been playing around. They're playing hide and seek. They come, we stay. They don't want to give birth. They use family planning without telling their husbands. So at the end of the day, when you are waiting for that day to have a child in that home, napata mtoto hakuna. So Raila had to look for the alternative girls, who will actually fill into that gap. And I want to believe that Raila was told very clearly the stories that some of these girls have not been able to be comfortable to discuss before. Probably the Wamnyinyi and the other people have been able to put bare the character of Wetangula and others, in as far as their political fertility of giving Baba the real numbers of children he wants is concerned. So here, just to expand the analogy, I think Baba did his homework. And going back to farming, he must have really realized that giving people his seedlings for them to plant in his absentia, these guys end up chewing. Wanakula hii machungwa, wanasema wameenda kupanda. That's what happens. Because some of these people, because if the seedlings are eatable, wanakula hiyo mbegu. Alafu wanakuambia, oh, ile machungwa tulipanda, ngoja imee. And that's why when you look at the kind of political leadership in Western, in as far as the last election is concerned, Bungoma County didn't give much to Baba when it came to the MPs. Jubilee took quite a number. And I think partly it's because Baba gave the seedlings in his absentia. This time round, he will have to go himself because it's partnership. Wewe unabeba, unanionyesha tunaenda wapi, Baba anabeba mbegu, ili muende pamoja, ndio hii mbegu isikuliwe. But one thing is also sure, make sure kwamba mbolea ambayo inaenda kwa hiyo shamba is the right one, so that we don't take mbolea ambayo ni fake. Unabeba mchanga unatuambia ni mbolea. So this time round amepata mbolea, na najua Western Province will actually give him the fruits, which will not only be enough for Kenyans but for export. It will also be good for export. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Just before we get back, there is Mayenga Junior. How can I join? There is a link in the comments. You click on the link, give StreamYard control over your camera and your audio. You will be in the studio. The earlier, the better. Because the studio can only hold 10 people at a time. So if you come in when it's full, you keep trying until you get in. Who else? Obune Eric, the same thing. How can I join the conversation? The link is right in the comment. You click on the link, give StreamYard to control your camera and your audio, and then you will be in studio for us to discuss. Otherwise, let's keep talking, even on the comment section. We appreciate Wakienyeji Broad Amid. Thank you. Ken Moindi, we appreciate you. Emily Martin, asante sana. Tuendelee kuongea. Joe, you have a response for Patriot?
Not actually, but what I want to say, I totally agree with him in most of the submissions he has made. Maybe if I add one thing is the Western people, particularly I don't like calling people with their tribe names, but the Luyas. If they're not careful with their leaders, they'll isolate themselves from the government, just like Ruto is doing with the Kalenjins. You see, like we have seen Okina Joash are streaming back to Azimio. And with time Ruto tabaki na watu wake tu, which are very, very few. Leo alikuwa Samburu, anajaribu kuongea. But you see, this is the same man that did not give the Samburu any cabinet position. And yet these are residents of Nakuru. We have the Pokot, they are residents of Nakuru. We have the Masai, they are residents of Nakuru. We have the Turkana, they are residents of Nakuru. Out of the slots he was given, hangeona ni mzuri apatie hata Msamburu moja ama Masai. And even maybe Kikuyus, because Kikuyus are majority in Nakuru. Angechukua hata Gunjiri ampatie cheo moja kidogo. So the Western people, they're also doing the same, because hii party ya Eselie, it's come too late, and it's a small party. To sell it within the 8 months, ndio wapate at least MPs, itakuwa ngumu sana. Itakuwa ngumu sana. Because they might not even have the resources. Labda hata hii it was sponsored. So left on their own, they might not have time to organize themselves. Labda MCA moja mbili watazapata. You see, other parties organize themselves maybe 2 to 3 months before the elections. But those are big parties with money. People like Jubilee, they had money, big money. NASA had big money. But for a small party at this time, and the elections are barely 8-7 months up, I don't think they'll make much big impact. It's just the perception will be there. And this means those seats that they were supposed to get, maybe ODM watachukua. Because I don't see a D.A.P candidate competing with an ODM candidate in Busia, in Bukusuland. I don't see. So maybe this party was just created for the time being to confuse Watangula and group. You see, hii pamoja, I don't know, hii ya Pwani. Kingi is a big name, but you see, he's already failing. Yeah, because without resources, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. So that is my fear. That is my fear. But all in all, I think these parties have been formed then to save even Jubilee itself, because Jubilee is also going to come in. This is just another Jubilee in the offspring of so many parties being put together. It will also save face for Jubilee. Jubilee has got money; they can reorganize themselves, and they'll get candidates in Central. Because Jubilee left on its own, haiwezi fufuka. So lazima ikuje kwa hii azimio ya umoja, what did Raila call it? Convention. So inaweza sneak hapo ndani, it reorganize, they have the money. So they can also field candidates in Central. That's what I'm seeing. These are just another big Jubilee. But this time, the parties will remain with their identity.
Yes, I tend to believe that the roadmap is as small as the parties could be under the umbrella of Azimio movement, Azimio La Umoja movement. They will get expression, and then I think they are crafting something like NAC of 2002, so that there will be no internal competition. Internal competition meaning under the Azimio umbrella, they will do joint nomination so that they have an Azimio candidate for every place to be able to get enough votes to see to it that they get the majority of the seats in parliament over the Azimio La Umoja movement. And then it will diffuse this other competition that want to capitalize on the divide within the internal competition. So if there is a party that is strong in, let's say, in Central, let's say, Meru region, like Mbas, then Mbas will be dominant there, and it will be given free will, whereby it will, when it filled in their candidate, the other competitors will support that particular person after, under the Azimio La Umoja movement. And so that the other people who will lose the nominations, they will be settled any other way, other than making the NASA mistake, of 2017, where each partner parties filled their candidates, and then made Jubilee to have a joyride of making to parliament or go with the Farangas and computer. But at the end of the day, they couldn't constitute what we call parliamentary party. And that's what brought about the friction in NASA. When we told them, let's have general nomination, they said no. Joint nomination, they said no. Then we get into parliament, we have the majority of the Nini, they say they want to get a portion of what we get as ODM. So it defeats the whole purpose.
Bernard.
Yes.
I think it is good for me to say that it will not be fair enough if I don't clarify a few, sentiments that have come from our brother Joe, so that he's brought up to speed in as far as Western is concerned. I think I was too much into the proverbs. Let me speak in a language that I think we can be able to understand each other. The politics of Western Province is very interesting. In fact, where there's democracy thriving in a manner that you can follow is Western nation. The Western nation is an area where, the politics of the area is very interesting. I want to let my brother know this. You cannot start a party in Western without having a significant name around that party. It can't work. There are no briefcase parties in Western Province, and let's be very honest. If there is a nation that has amalgamated around a party that has a clear history for far too long than any other, this is before ODM. In fact, Ford Kenya is one of the oldest parties. You need to know that. You need to understand the history of Ford Kenya. Ford Kenya was predominantly a party that was transferred and transited from serious names after the other. This was a party that made Wamalwa Kijana the deputy, the vice president of this country, when they ran with the former President Mwai Kibaki. This is the very party that has kept the unity of the Luhya nation together as we speak today. I will tell you, Fort Kenya has been a very, very historical party until today, when things have changed. And I want to let him know that the party we are talking about today is actually not a new party. D.A.P is not a new party. This Mbolea has been there. It's only that they changed the name. Eugene Wamalwa was the owner of a party called New Fort Kenya. New Fort Kenya folded wings to join Jubilee as a united organization, which ended up winning power. Eugene has simply changed the name. They have only rebranded this Mbolea. In fact, that is what you need to know. Number two, if you look at that from that context, you will be able to understand then you cannot just dismiss the D.A.P the way you have dismissed it, Joe, because these people have a history. The personalities behind D.A.P, I will tell you, the current speaker of the Trans Nzoia County is a man who has a history politically in as far as the politics of the Luhya nation is concerned. He was among the youngest mayor in Trans Nzoia County. Come to Dr. Eseli. Eseli is a serious man. These are the people who are the pillars of the Fort Kenya and the entire politics of Western. That you need to know. The other thing is Wamnyinyi is not a pushover. In fact, what you should have said, I expected you, Joe, you should have said that Fort Kenya has remained a shell, other than Chris Wamalwa, Wetangula, and I think one person or two, because the other guy who got the winning through the by-election is going to UDA. Who else remains? The man who took my seat in West Mogirango is going to UDA. So where is Fort Kenya? I would be worried where Wetangula is going than where the D.A.P is going. Now, lastly, I want to say this, Bernard. It is true that politics has, behind the curtains, under the table dealings. The truth is, what is the purpose of the D.A.P in as far as Azimio La Umoja is concerned? You know when I'm talking about Azimio La Umoja, you know I'm talking about Baba. That's why we went to say that Baba has brought in fertilizer. The main product here, the main crop is the Machungwa. We are talking about Baba going for the presidency. If this Mbolea, in quotes, is adding value, which is perception, Joe, you got it right. Perception is not dismissed. You apportion to perception a very, very small area. Perception is what carries the politics of the day. Today, as we are speaking, I am telling you, the Luyas are happy. The sub-tribes who come from Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, they are happy now that their leader, Eugene, has spoken. I am telling you for sure, that perception will work. People will align themselves to that. So in a nutshell, it's not a new party. They don't need to win seats. They work with Baba. Baba, finally, as I conclude, Bernard, Baba is looking for partners. He is looking for partners. He's not looking for competitors. This party that you call young has very serious personnel who have a lot of experience. And the Luyas follow their leaders, for your information. Luyas follow their leaders. Even if they get a party tomorrow that is called a cat or a mouse, they will all go there, depending on who starts the party. So this is an old, thing, and that's how it goes. It's a very serious thing. Watch the space.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Joe, you have a response?
No, I totally agree with him on those aspects. Kwamba, it's not a new as such as I thought. I totally agree. I'm not on that. I agree.
Asante. Now we can go to Mark. Are you ready to talk now?
I can. Yeah. I think I can make my contribution now.
Karibu.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu kwa show.
Yeah, I want to make some few observations, and I'll pick from where our brother has left. What position is the new party going to take, especially in the larger Western province? The people who have created the party are not just another ordinary persons, and so you cannot just dismiss it. In any case, Eseri has been an MP, I think, for the last four sessions. I think Eseri has been one of the longest serving MPs from Western province, so you cannot be able to dismiss him. Mnyinyi looks a go-getter, so you still can feel he's a character who can be able to reach out to people, and obviously that party is going to have some impact, especially in the dynamics of Western province. When you couple it up with the current CS, Wamalwa, you look at Wekesa, you look at such characters are not characters you can easily dismiss. I'll pick out on a few issues. One, what does the creation of these small parties, how does it affect our democracy? We're looking at very small parties coming from very many regions. I think at this time, we really don't have much we can be able to do. Because even those that keep on saying these are small parties, they have themselves created such a kind of arrangements. Because when you look at URP, for example, how did it come into being? When you talk about ANC is basically a sprinter from ODM, when Musalia felt like he wasn't getting it right. I think the whole arrangement is all about our party democracy, and we are likely to see much more parties getting on board. And I don't think at a time like this, we really need to criticize these characters or readers who are creating these parties. Because the setup as it is today, it looks like party democracy is still a mirage to us. I was looking at a zone like Kisii, where we now have 4 candidates, very strong candidates going for the position of governor, and all of them want to go for ODM. You can bet an ODM nomination in Kisii is chaotic, and it's likely that these candidates are likely to move and find alternative parties. Let us not condemn them so much. In fact, I wish somebody can reach out to this character called Sifuna. I saw Sifuna respond to Kingi. Yeah, today, was it today or yesterday? And I felt like some excitement is not necessary at this time, because I saw like he was saying, King is desperate. Baba needs every single vote. Doesn't matter how this vote is coming. From whichever position. Yes, sir.
Mosioma, just a second. I just want to throw in a word of caution as you advise also. Some of the things that we see on media, you have to take for you to validate that. I don't think in the character of Sifuna as our king, he is the person in my city, if I may speak for him slightly, because I know him from some level. I don't think whatever you're quoting will genuinely come from Sifuna. I don't think so. Unless you have evidence, really. Sifuna before he responds to something. That was not the response from Sifuna. I can say that.
Some of us are able to see these things online. So sometimes whenever we don't have reporters, we take them as being the truth. And now that it was coming from, it was being quoted, I felt like that was an unnecessary response from him, especially to the character of King. All we need to do, and this we must say, for people who support this agenda of Azimio La Kenya, Azimio La Umoja wa Taifa, let us have everybody on board, irrespective of the position or the way he comes in. All we need is everybody coming on board. Whether he comes in from the west, whether he comes in from the east, whether he decides to come in with his family or no family, we do not have a specific formula. All we need to do is to encourage everybody to come on board. Whether he comes in as a party, whether he comes in as an individual. I mean, let ODM and the rest of these big parties and Jubilee be as accommodative as possible.
Now, I'll pick on one last bit, perhaps as we move forward. How does then the creation of these small parties affect the future of our nation? How does it affect, and what impact will it have to our own democracy? I mean, everybody will be coming in to bargain for himself, and most of the time, these characters and these leaders actually will bargain for themselves. I can tell you, whenever Wetangula sits, he is not bargaining for the Luyas, he's actually bargaining for himself. Whenever you see, you see Mudavadi coming in, the first person who is bargaining for it's him. In fact, I was looking at the statistics of 2013 when Mudavadi was a presidential candidate, and I was surprised that Raila had to beat him the entire Western apart from Vihiga. And so, well, Mudavadi seems to be carrying a clout. But for Wetangula, I still feel that Wetangula will only come in. I don't see him being really somebody who can be able to rate as a principal. One person I feel that perhaps, and which Mzee should be able to reach out as much as possible, is Musyoka. Musyoka seems to be carrying a bigger group. Fine, we might be taking it like the governors could be able to deliver substantial vote, which we cannot be able to doubt. But for me, I think the people behind Azimio La Umoja should be able to do as much as they can to talk to Musyoka, because for me, he brings out the entire Kamba vote if they can be together with Ngiru, together with Mutua, and together with Kibwana. Then that vote can be a single big block. Finally, Bernard, I'm happy that we are doing these discussions, and so far we are doing it. But going forward, I wish that you pick on specific topics that we discuss, so that I have seen as most of our people who come on board, most of them, apart from one or two people, are people who are affiliated to Azimio La Umoja. But we also want our leaders to also listen to what we really expect as they move forward. Because I know, Bernard, you're able to reach out to them, but I also know that they listen. It's also important that you bring out subjects that we should be able to tell them, now that you are creating this Azimio La Umoja, for example, what is it that we really need as a people? Because, for example, if we cite the concept of the county government, a very wonderful idea that was brought out by Mheshimiwa Raila, but I can tell you it has been abused. We have created millionaires in counties. Counties are no longer answerable, and they are not able to account for the millions they are getting. Then even as we are creating this Azimio La Umoja, what about the funds we are giving to the counties? Are they being utilized well? Are the poor people in the village that we expected to get service, are they getting the service? So that we don't end up getting cartels again in the name of devolution, but we end up again devolving the concept of corruption and people becoming rich overnight. Now you can see very many people they are moving around Azimio La Umoja, but a number of them could again be corrupt. That notwithstanding, I believe that we are in the right direction. And as a country, like I said the other day, our democracy is evolving. And fast forward, I believe this time we are getting it right.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I may choose to respond partly on what you have just shared. For one is if we approach the Azimio La Umoja or the 2022 election by preventing who from eating and who from getting what, will miss the target, because the main thing here is we must see to it that we rescue the country, put it on the right path. Then on the right path is when now we begin to weed. You don't begin to weed your farm before you plant the seed and the seed has germinated. So we must keep our priorities right. On the issue of getting everybody on board for the Azimio, as much as we need everybody on board, we can't lower the standard of who qualifies where, because in Kenyan politics, we'll have somebody coming to plant somebody near you so that they use that at their advantage. So we can't be naive to an extent that because we need everybody on board, everybody is free to walk in and come the way they are. Yesu peke yake alisema hiyo. Hii ingine lazima tupange vizuri kwa sababu we have information where there is an opposition leader who buys people to vie, who sponsors people to vie on ODM ticket. They get into parliament, then they cross the floor. So those standards must be well observed, and so that we have a strong parliament. You see, like the current parliament, the reason why it's not functioning well, because they are owing their allegiance to their sponsor instead of to their country and to the leadership. And so when their sponsor coughs, they all retreat and remember how they were rigged in, how they were sponsored. They will not say anything. And so if we don't raise the standards of who qualifies where, we'll still have a dysfunctional parliament, and that's what makes Kenya to remain where it is. So we can't have a parliament that is bought by one person or two people who manipulate the whole thing and cause the country to suffer, because that is exactly what has made Jubilee not able to function. Nothing else. Forget about the petty difference between the president and the DP and all that. As long as the parliament is made of weak people who owe their allegiance to their sponsors other than the country, we keep suffering. So we can't be pessimistic to that level of doing what? Allowing everybody in the way they are. Secondly, Azimio La Machungwa is not on the weekend. There is this media perception that has been created that UDA is everywhere, is in every house, and if you don't take care, UDA will carry the day. That is only perception. There's a difference between political perception and political reality. When we get to where the rubber meets the road, you remember the Super Tuesday of the county assembly voting? I perceive something like that is going to happen.
Bernard.
That's how serious I am when it comes to this Azimio thing. The way it's building up, there will be a repeat of that Super Tuesday, and somebody will need to go and pray.
Bernard,
Yes,
I know I'm not trying to disrespect you or maybe interject to what you're saying, but there's one thing I think I would like to just to add a little bit. I know, I'm sorry, I've been away for a while. I'll get you on the back. Check my contribution on your YouTube. I'm a very strong fan of you guys, and I contribute a lot. So for you guys to be on air. Anyway, what I was just trying to say is whatever the last speaker of just talk about is true. I think it's a high time. We know we should have our goal on the presidential votes, but when it comes to these people under the presidential candidate, I think this thing of 6-piece, we need to get it out of our mind, and let's talk. And I remember I told you this platform people listen to us. You remember the other day we were talking about 24 hours economy. How did we know that all of a sudden what we were discussing here, somebody pick it up and kind of do it? So you, Bernard, you guys are doing a very good job. And I can tell you the little we contribute here, it's getting out there. I've got some phone calls. I've got some contribution out of that. So I've been away for a while. I'm coming in Kenya. I'll be in Kenya by the end of the month, like around 27, just because of what we guys are talking here. So what I'm trying to say, I'm against the 6-piece. Let's choose the president, and this Azimio ya Umoja, if you look at it on the deeper end of it, Baba is not trying to kill other small parties the way Jubilee did. Baba is trying to make other parties to survive, whereby if you feel that your governor can be in the ODM and your senator can be another party and your MP can be another party and your MCA can be on another party, let all these parties which are under Azimio Umoja can contribute to the building of the nation. Because when you have these people who I cannot have to be answerable to Sifuna just because I'm from ODM, but I can be against Sifuna because I disagree with him with the ideology of that party. But end of the day, I go my thinking and everything that I think about the country goes to the Baba, and to help Baba to make sure that Kenya is where it is. So what I'm telling you and what you're saying is true. I think the next topic is how can we do away with this 6-piece? This 6-piece is not going to help Kenya. It's going to break us. I don't have to be a worship of a leader, or I don't have to be a worship of a party for me to be on the parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. My response to that would be, there is nothing wrong with 6-piece as long as the people you're voting for are credible. But if we run a campaign against 6-piece in the name of variety, that is when we will allow everything to come in. But all the same, everybody will make their personal judgment and be able to rule out. There is something else I wanted to say about what Mark talked about county government and multipartyism generally. I have shared this on this platform before. Multipartyism was allowed in Kenya to be defeated because the people who allowed it did not believe in multi-party politics. They were one-party state minds, and they allowed the multi-party because of pressure. And then after they allowed because of the pressure, they went the other way around to frustrate even those political parties from being strong. And so we are suffering from a system of governance that was allowed but frustrated by the midwife, okay? And I tend to believe the county governments have also suffered the same fate, that the midwife that was to midwife the process of the vibrance of the county government has been very economical with revamping the county government and making them work. And so if we get credible leadership at the top that really believes in devolution and be able to put devolution to function the way it ought to function, we will not have all these issues of making millionaires by becoming governor or not. So I think we are in the same direction. I mean the right direction, but we should give room for growth. We give room for growth. We will not have county government for 10 years and be able to get everything right. But as we go, things get better, because the county government for 2013-2017 is not the same as 2017 to 2022. There has been a great improvement. So we're talking of the next phase will be even much better. And with Baba at the helm, I have no doubt that this country will be so straightened that those who think they can make a kill, I think they will have to look for where else to go and make a kill. That is, if we have if we can end up having something like that NEC committee, it used to be NEC that used to coordinate all the political parties, and the issues were from Kibaki's desk. They were being handled by the NEC. And so Kibaki faced reconstructing the economy and making the nation work. If we can have that kind of setting, I'm sure this country will go better. Enough said. Let's move to the next person. Patriot, you have spoken too many times.
I wanted to make some comments.
Joe and Patriot, you are intending to hijack this show, and I choose to resist.
Watch me, I just want to make 2 comments, very short, in 1 minute.
Okay, let's begin with Joe.
Yeah, Mark, I want to tend to agree with Mark and disagree with who was it? Who was interjected when Mark was talking about Sifuna. Sifuna is sharp. He thinks on his feet. He's combative. He can represent the Raila the old days. It is good. Yeye or Kinarati, that is good because they represent what Raila cannot be now. But I tend to agree with Mark that Sifuna is too abrasive. He's too bullish. I think he needs to tone down a little bit when he's talking of when he's talking on people who have shown interest that they want to support Baba. You see, like Kingi, he might be having his party PAA, but on another note, he has decided that he's going to support Baba. I don't think it's good to lock him out or to throw words at him. So Sifuna should actually tone down a little bit. Yes, he's doing a good work. They're representing Baba the way he was when Baba was at that age. So I tend to agree with Mark. He should tone down a little bit. On the other thing of Mbolea Suti, to some extent, I agree with the speaker. I don't know, he was called Cliff.
Andrew Ouma.
Yeah, Andrew Ouma. You see this, apart from the party leaders, like let's say Raila, he's the only man who can be bigger than ODM, or he's actually ODM. All the rest, the party might be very stronger than them. So you can get a weak candidate, but yuko kwa ODM, so he sails through, and a stronger candidate who is not on ODM, anaenda chini. So in this case, the constituents might lose because, okay, they want the other man is better, but because ayuko kwa ODM, so this weak guy ODM goes. I remember when Kamodo once said that hata dog umbu akivaa sijui nini angechaguliwa kwa party, I don't know which was the party, D.P by then, I don't know. So Kanu. So this is it. We need to go for personalities at times, not the party, because party we might be misled at certain points. Those are the 2 points I wanted to raise.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I would want to say something about Sifuna. Sifuna is okay. I've not seen the caption that Mark was referring to. Until we substantiate that it was Sifuna, it may not be coming. It may not be right for us to come that strong on him, because nowadays with these bloggers, you find bloggers have made you say so many things that you never said anywhere. And especially the spinners, we have these 36 bloggers, and their job is to twist and make somebody say what they never said. So until we find, we check, background check, and be able to substantiate that he's the one that said it, it's becoming so desperate that if somebody wants to join Baba, they will want to paint that somebody's blocking. Okay, then the narrative they are shaping right now is that even Azimio La Umoja ni Azimio La Ujinga, Azimio La Mawe, and all that. So these bloggers are the ones contributing to the confusion, of which we don't need to fall for in the first place.
Yeah, but as I was telling you, it's not the first time. Remember when Baba was trying to vote Oka, Sifuna was spewing some words that will make even Oka run very fast, even to the sea. So it's not the first time.
Bernard, can you finish? I let others speak.
Sorry, let me. Who has his? It's the two of you, Mark.
Bernard. I gotta leave. I know I'll catch back.
Andrew, you're still mute. We can't hear you.
I'm saying I'm about to leave. I'm going to work. I know tomorrow or on Thursday I'll be on full force. I'll be on the platform. But what I just say is bloggers is so easy to deal with. How we deal with them in America is it's a very simple thing. It's you and me. It's our duty to tell them off. And if we can't tell them off, it's a matter of bullying. People need to start taking responsible on what they write and taking to court. I think that's the only way. But Sifuna needs to tone down. To be honest with you, he needs to tone down. As much as we have the bloggers and everything, we have the justice system. We have me and you. If you go to a platform and you feel that this blogger is doing something that is not right, I blog. I do blogging a lot. I do, and I tell them off. Like for example, Gor Mahia. people started bringing other issues about Harambee Stars the other day. Oh, the goalkeeper with the Uganda. What happened? They started bringing other bullshit about it. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you know you have a right, you have facts, tell them off. They get shy off. And most of them, they will block you. And the moment they block you, that's how we deal with these bloggers. Anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate. I'm sorry I've been short. I've maybe interfered with you guys. I just wanted to come in and say that I've been watching and I've been following up, being busy because I'm coming to Kenya. Yo, Bernard, I'm seeing you on the 28th.
Thank you. Karibu Kenya. Have a nice day at work.
Thank you.
Nilete iPhone, iPhone 10.
We nitafute inbox hiyo, tuache kuweka kwa internet, wataanza kusema ninawanunua. We tafuta inbox yangu. Bernard ako na inbox yangu. Tuache hii mambo, alafu atasema ati kitu ni Azimio ya Umoja. Tuna brainwash watu na iPhones. We, mimi sitaki kupigwa.
Sawa, Andrew, thank you. Andrew and Joe Monane, you attend, please. Okay, Patriot, you have a half a minute, please. I have Wekeso on queue. I have Community on queue, or Moke on queue, or Chieng on queue.
Wekesa, welcome. Sorry for this kind of a debate. You forgive me a little bit. It is important that some of these things are put straight. Let me clarify something here, Bernard. And I like what Andrew has said. When you have facts, facts are very stubborn. It's good that they are. I will tell you this for sure. You might not agree, but I want to tell my brother, where has he gone to? Joe, yeah? Joe, this is something that I want to be very clear about. There are people who carry the respect of the party in the name of ODM. One of the people is the person that you are throwing his name around here. I have a reason to defend the General Secretary of ODM. We have concerns on how people conduct themselves. But I will tell you, what is with SG is that he's a strict and straightforward character. Yeah, I would liken him to who I am. You know, he's a person who tells you exactly how things are. I agree that some people, this reminds me of the time of Junet when he spoke in Kisi. That was something that was in light note, and people blew that out of place. Lastly, something I want to mention very quickly as I let that go. Let me see whether I finish that. The 6-piece. Bernard, the 6-piece is not one of the blueprint agenda for Baba in Azimio La Umoja. That you need to know. And let's tell you what Azimio La Umoja stands for. Azimio La Umoja stands for common ideology cutting across several parties. 6-piece means ODM MCA, ODM MP, ODM Senator, ODM Woman Rep, ODM Baba, ODM everything. That's not what we are talking about here. Baba has moved from that. Come with your party, compete, and as far as you subscribe to the ideology of Azimio La Umoja, where you want to, propagate fairness, justice, and truthfulness, regardless of which party you come with, we will agree. Because if you say that Baba is talking about 6-piece, then we are misleading the nation. Baba is talking of Azimio La Umoja, where we agree on where the country is going, coming with different parties. In fact, Baba is not going for 6-piece. You come with the party of the monkey, the whatever, as long as Baba is the presidency, we will accept you. We are not talking about Machungwa. That's why we are talking about D.A.P today. I wanted that to be clear, Bernard, as you continue, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Let's go straight to Ochieng.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
First and foremost, let me start with the issue of the 6-piece. We must first of all understand the environment in which our politics have been operating. Let's take, for example, during the Jubilee. These people have been buying people left, right, and center. And, when you are in opposition, like somebody like Raila, you have to give ticket to someone you highly respect and trust. And I think that's something, some of the things that let me call it political prostitution is has really taken us back. And I think Baba and Yodawa, I think, is going to watch the political jiggers and scabies. Number two is on the issue of the governors whom we blame to be maybe have eaten a lot. I think these people misbehaved simply because the national government, which is supposed to provide the so-called checks and balances, was in a mess. You know, when there is corruption at the apex, everybody else will misbehave. So I think that's where we dropped the ball. And going forward, I think that's something we need to deal with. On the issue of D.A.P or the Mbolea, I think the Azimio think tank were somewhat smart. You know, the Bukusu vote per se is very slippery. These are people who actually vote in uniform. In fact, they vote one political party. And, you know, in the last election, NASA did not have a clear candidate from a strong man from the Trans Nzoia County. I think it was only, we had Wetangula, but Wetangula is majorly in Bungoma. Now, somebody like Eugene comes from Trans Nzoia county, but you know, he has weight in Bungoma because I think, I don't know whether it said that Bomala, I don't know the history. They have roots in Bungoma as well. So I think bringing the Bukusu vote as a block is a plus to the Azimio. Besides the other bit of it, sides of Kakamega, the Vihiga, the Busia County, dealing with those counties, I think, is going to be easier than the Bukusu vote block. One thing I wanted to add, there's nothing wrong with bringing every Tom, Dick, and Harry into our camp. But truth be told, somebody like Sifuna is walking on a very tight rope. He's walking in bigger shoes, you know. That's where we had people like Tafik Ababu Namwamba, Professor Anyang Nyongo. Those are, you know, those were secretaries. You know, when you're talking of a secretary of a political party, these are men, and these are men you have to reckon with. He's shaping up. I think he's learning very fast. He's making mistakes here and there, but I think he's ameliorating. He's becoming whom we expect, what you expect of him. And the future is bright. You know, somebody like Sifuna, the dad was a serious guy. You know, Sifuna, the father, and likes of James Orengo, those are the people who actually could shake the parliament back then during the Moi time. I beg to rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Cheng. Let's go to Moke Dennis.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've been, I have followed keenly what the previous speakers have talked about, and I'm going to go straight before I give my submissions and try to touch on what has been discussed before. We are talking about a formation of a grand coalition, and I'm hoping everyone is reading the same page I'm reading this trend from. Like clearly the state has a hand in the formation of the next government. And Moses Wetangula and Mudavadi, if they are not going to be very keen, they're going to be left alone. And actually it will be, this weapon or Azimio La Umoja will end their political career. Why am I saying this?
1 minute,
Yes.
Omoke. After Omoke, let's go to Wekesa. And yeah. So Wekesa, you are next after Omoke. Thank you.
So yeah, I was saying, if Moses Wetangula and Mudavadi are not keen, the Azimio La Umoja will end their political career. I'm saying this because we are seeing indications. We are not sure about who might be the next president, because there will be an election and we expect the election to follow the democratic process. And but from all the indication we see, Raila Odinga might become the president, and it's not a secret that the state is sponsoring him to become the next president. So if Musalia and Wetangula continue playing the game they're playing, to me, they'll find themselves out of the picture in the coming election. We have talked about the 6 Ps. To me, the 6 Ps doesn't happen from the ballot. If you want to get the 6, there's no problem of having a 6-piece suit in an election. What we need to emphasize is we need to persuade our political parties, especially the major political parties, to give tickets to sponsor people who are able to run this country, who are able to be members of parliament, who are able to legislate, who are able to oversight, people the country can depend on, not people who get into parliament because of the political wave. I think it will be so hard, for example, to convince the people of Luo Nyanza that they should not vote for ODM candidates, right from the MCA to the presidency. So definitely we'll end up with a 6 piece. It will be very hard to convince the people of Ukambani not to vote for Wiper. In that case, we'll end up getting all Wiper MPs, MCAs, governors from a majority of them from Eastern. It will be very hard, Patriot. It will be very hard, just like it has been very hard to convince the mountain that they should not vote for Jubilee candidate, especially in 2017. So how are we going to deal with the issue of 6 Ps in the ballot? We should emphasize it is the political parties that should help us, give people who are not corrupt, people who are able to carry this country right from the political parties. I think we should not complain about who gets to parliament through the ballot. This process, we can begin from the political parties. And also, I heard someone talked about that devolution has created, has created millionaires. That devolution has not served its intention. I think the guy is looking from the, those are part of the challenges that comes along with devolution. But what have we achieved? How many jobs opportunities that have been created through the entire country in the devolution, under the devolution? The country like Mandera will have not received a single tarmac road, since independence. They came to sow a road. They came to see a road. They got a share of employment under the county government. You know, if we have devolved corruption, the people who are stealing from the counties are sons and daughters of ourselves. They come from our villages. They are our brothers. They are our sisters. So, Patriot, I know you're going to interject on that, but this is a fact that you're not going to run away from. What we're asking ourselves is, there are billions that have been allocated to all the 47 counties. So if you start blaming if you start to doubt the counties, ask yourself, where has been all these billions since the Mzungu had left this country? We are only realizing that the country is rich when we have received devolution. We realize, kumbe, in Kisii County, it is very easy to get 14 billion. Oh, kumbe in Mandera, it is very easy to get 11 billion to manage the county. You know, I think we should not focus so much on the challenges. If it is the issue of corruption, you know, there are investigative agencies, there are prosecution agencies, there are government independent prosecution agencies that are mandated with the responsibility to prosecute corruption and mismanagement in this country. We have EACC, we have DPP, and we have the judiciary, which is independent. So we should not be afraid that devolution should not proceed because we are continuing to create millionaires. You know, our responsibility is to get service from the county government. And when the county government is not serving the purpose it was intended to, as citizens, there's a responsibility we are supposed to play. You know, raise an alarm, somebody will be investigated. We have so many people. Waititu has left the position of governor because of corruption related cases. We have Sonko, who is now a preacher. You know, he has left office because of corruption related cases. It is very possible. What we need to give so much emphasis and so much support to the county government. Finally, I don't know why today people have not mentioned William Ruto. I cannot finish my submission. I cannot finish without mentioning him. There are people like Musalia, there are people like Wetangula who thinks that by not joining Azimio La Umoja, they stand a chance to be deputies or deputy president of William Ruto. The sad story and the fact about all this is the deputy president in the next government will come from Central Kenya. Unless Wetangula and Mudavadi denounces their ethnic association with the lawyers, waende kule Central ndio wakue makamu wa rais wa William Ruto. If you look keenly, the president has been saying BBI will come back. BBI is a dream that suffered an accident that was not intended to. What the president is communicating is this: there is a likelihood of having BBI coming back under the next government. Whether it's true or not, let me talk about him lying. He is lying to keep the hopes of Kalonzo, Wetangula, Gideon Moi, and Mudavadi that they still stand a chance of becoming prime ministers and deputy prime ministers should they support his agenda now. But also, should they fail to join the president now, the state, if you see Wamunyinyi, Mimi, I've been reading this guy as somebody who has been a state operative. He is an NIS guy, in my own view. You know, if Wetangula plays hardball now and Musalia, there is a likelihood that if that BBI comes after next elections, the consideration will not be Musalia and Wetangula. The consideration will be Kina Munyinyis and Kina Eugine. And that means Musalia will be in the cold for the next another 5 years. We all know you cannot survive being in the opposition for 20 years. It's going to be a miracle. We begged William Ruto to support BBI because we knew he's going to be in the opposition, and we created a position of him being in parliament. He was going to oversight the government in parliament as the official opposition, but he refused. He is now going to be the official opposition from Sugoi. That's the sad part of the story, you know? So as I end this, I want to say myself, with my whole body organs, I know the country is headed to Raila. My own prayers were, let Musalia, if he cannot join Azimio La Umoja, let him end up to the ballot. He might survive. But what about Wetangula? Will he manage to stand as a presidential candidate? The man who rose to fame through Tokyo and whatever? I don't know. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Dennis.
Bernard, there is something I need to do a rejoinder. Just a minute.
Okay, take the minute.
Yeah, I think there is some misrepresentation of facts there. I didn't say that we do not need devolution. All I said is that let us broaden our discussion. That was my basis of argument, that even as we are addressing the corruption at the national office and the national government, we must also be clear about what happens in the counties. I mean, we are not living in isolation. The reality and the truth of the matter is that the county governments have become dens of corruption. We are going to have this discussion, and what we are seeing currently, you see somebody having so many helicopters after serving the presidency or the deputy presidency for only 5 years. It is going back to the counties, the drugs we are talking about, the roads we are talking about. That notwithstanding, we also have very good cases, Ben. I mean, you can look at the way Kisumu is looking now. You can look at what charity is doing. You can even see Nairobi itself with the Nairobi. I mean, devolution has been a good thing. But as we are addressing corruption at the national office, let us also try as much as possible to address it at the county level. Then Omoke has mentioned something small here, and I want to repeat it. Not really repeat, but give it a rejoinder. Let us not be so dismissive. This attitude of dismissing, I mean, like saying that the people stealing at the counties are our own people, it's a very bad attitude. That should not be allowed, Ben, in a discussion like this. And I'm liking the kind of platform that you have created. Let us not have this tendency of having and defending our people who have stolen. That is why you are seeing people defending Ruto so much, even when we know that he has stolen.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I would say this. It's not a matter of defending people who have stolen. It's a matter of, do we believe in the rule of law? Then let the law take its course. Number two, if we want to stop corruption, especially at the county level, now we have an opportunity. Stop voting in MCAs who cannot do anything. Let the MCAs hold the governor and the rest of the executive of the county government to account. So let's get MCAs that are credible. If we vote in garbage, we'll get out garbage. If we vote in people that are there to see, to eat that the money that is devolved is used for the right purposes, we will get the result. And that's why the structure of the government is such that hakuna mtu ambaye akona absolute authority. There are checks and balances at all levels. But we cannot rule out that we will have bad fish here and there or bad elements here and there. And that is why we have the anti-corruption nini. So whoever has evidence towards that or any suspicion towards that, let the required channel come on and let the matter be settled. But if we sit back and say there is corruption and corruption is increasing and it appears as if we are helpless on the matter, we are not helpless on this matter. We have enough avenues to address it. And now 2022, we have an opportunity. Any MCA went to eat with the governor so that they eat our money, they should be sent away with the governor. Okay, let us be aggressive on the ground. Let's sensitize the people who are going to vote. Don't vote in somebody because he brought you a lesson and salt. Vote for somebody who is going to take care of your interest by ensuring that the resources devolved are used for the right purposes. Thank you. Let's go straight to Ekesa, please.
Okay, how are you guys?
We are good. Thank you. Karibu.
Is it good evening or good morning? Well, today is already tomorrow.
Yeah, today is already tomorrow from Nairobi.
Yeah, I've been listening to the contribution. Maybe my own observation will be that we need to tilt towards analyzing what is happening than, you know, most of the time people want to come here and give opinion. Yes, it's good, but I think debates on what has happened, we need to be more analytical. And that's why I'm seeing people, they rush through what happened and they quickly introduce other topics. So that the next speaker takes 5 minutes trying to rebuttal 5 topics before he goes to the main topic. We need to develop a culture where we become more analytical on what happened, including body language, and including why did the D.A.P choose the blue color. I think we need to focus on those events. If that is the topic we have been given, we try to dig deeper. So we will be doing justice to what we are discussing today. So let me begin by my own quote. On 28, I think it was 2020 May, I had shared a quote on WhatsApp, not WhatsApp, it was on Facebook. And that day, Eugene and Eseli and Eugene Eseli, they went to see Prime Minister Raila Odinga. In my own assessment, what was happening between the two factions of Fort Kenya, I knew there was a stronger force that was pushing for Fort Kenya to be removed from the hands of Wetangula. And my assertion was that I think first, Fort Kenya was a party of Jaramogi Oginga. Raila wanted to be a party leader, but it didn't happen. So it slipped from him. He formed the NDP. But he still has a history. It comes back to Jaramogi Odinga, the family thing. And then there's this Eugine Wamalwa. The Fort Kenya was, he thought like it should have been after my brother. I should have taken over the Fort Kenya and then continued with the legacy of my own brother. And the conversation, then here comes Wamunyinyi. Wamunyinyi felt like I am the oldest guy in the party. In terms of fighting for liberation, I was there. In fact, his argument was like, while we were fighting for liberation, Moses was on the other side, Kanu. So why is he doesn't even believe in the ideals of Fort Kenya, the initial vision of the Fort Kenya. So one thing I knew up to now, this guy called Wamunyinyi is being used as but the main guy for Fort Kenya, for D.A.P is Eugine Wamalwa. Initially, I thought it was Muhisa Kitui when he was coming. By the time I realized it was not Muhisa Kitui, it was Eugene Wamalwa behind the scene. And so people should not read too much about the party, the bad leadership of Wamunyinyi. In fact, I will go to the speech of Moses Wetangula himself when they were at Takwel Lodge recently. He was saying that why is it that every time I go to the left, my brother Eugene goes to the right, and I go to the right, he goes to the left. And in a quick rejoinder, Eugene, I think a day before yesterday, he answered him. And he's told Wetangula that it's not me who has been always on the wrong side of history, but Wetangula has always been on the wrong side of history. When we were fighting KANU, he was in KANU. When we were, so he mentioned a few occasions that he showed that Wetangula has always been on the wrong side of history. He said that last time, when I was in Jubilee, he was in NASA, and we formed government, and he didn't. And right now, he also reiterated his own speech somewhere in Trans Nzoia and said that me and Noah Wekesa, and that's why Noah Wekesa is significant in that D.A.P. He said that Noah Wekesa is the one who put up the PNU party, and Noah Wekesa has always been forming coalitions that wins election. And in our own culture, he referred to him as Kwesule. There is that bird which when it turns its head to east, it means the direction is east. If it turns west, the direction is west. So he said that me and Noah Wekesa are Kwesule. Our leaders, Moses Wetangula and Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, our elder brothers, we gave them time to guide the Luhya nation, but they have failed to give us direction. Us, as Kwesule, in the near future, he said in a few weeks or months to come, we are coming to give you the direction. And us, from where I sit, Eugene was very categorical. From where I sit, I know where the government is going. And I will not allow my people to be in opposition any longer or to be misled. So we are going to give you direction. So yes, I agree with Patriot. D.A.P is new Fort Kenya, reinvented and repackaged. Even they maintained the party symbol, the leopard, and Eugene Wamalwa was praising the leopard. So it's swift, it's what? Yeah, but that was the party symbol for New Fort Kenya. So that in itself shows that there is something they wanted to carry on. Now, those trivializing D.A.P as just another party, D.A.P in Western is like UDA in Mount Kenya. It's coming with some steam. It will have some more steam than, maybe it has more steam. Okay, UDA has more steam than Jubilee. And that is how D.A.P is going to overrun Fort Kenya, because Fort Kenya has remained an empty shell. Today I say that one of the sure bet for D.A.P is that the Trans Nzoia governorship. The first governor we are going to have in D.A.P is George Natembeya. I think that is where even the battle is beginning, and already the Secretary General of remaining for Kenya is panicking. This guy called Chris Wamalwa, because he knows who Natembeya is. Natembeya is connected with deep state, and Natembeya not only is connected with deep state, Natembeya is a man of the people. On the ground, watu wanamsikiza. And even when you listen to Natembeya, you have no choice but to vote for him. He's articulate and he blends with people. So already Trans Nzoia is warming up for D.A.P, and Eugene, when he was in Trans Nzoia, said he's not going to run for any seat, but he's going to ensure that there is an umbrella that guides the people. So for him, yes, he will leave for the other guys to be party leader or whatever, but he will oversee that that party has garnered support in Western. So Eugene is not somebody to underrate. Eugene was a preferred running mate for Uhuru Kenyatta before he settled on Ruto. So he is, in terms of credentials, you cannot underrate him. And even Wetangula and Mudavadi knows that. That's why we're panicking. So one, I will say that one of the confusion that has been there between Moses and Wetangula and Mudavadi is Wetangula has been fearing the growth of Oparanya, and Musawali has been fearing the growth of Paranya, and Wetangula has been fearing the growth of Eugene. So they were not even sure when they come back to this thing called Azimio La Umoja where they will be. So they thought that by trying to play like they are tilting towards Ruto will make Raila to relinquish people like Oparanya and Eugene, so that maybe they can have space. But either way, because they were not quick to judge the situation and make decisions very fast, they have remained at the middle, and the only thing they can do is to be squeezed at the middle. We say that there will not be a third horse. If you remain at the middle, you will be crushed. So they would have just decided they either support Raila or support Ruto. But the problem is they have remained at the middle until even if they go to Ruto, they are going with nothing. They would have gone earlier, the troops could have gotten them there, but they have left all their troops gone either side. So if they go to Ruto, they don't have the numbers. If they come back to Raila, they also don't have the numbers. So they don't have a bargaining power. When they come, they either join. And that's where the confusion is. And they are asking themselves, when they remain at the middle, no, how will their train be like? And you see, they are dealing with very dangerous forces. Because in this side, Ruto is snatching, in the other side, Raila is snatching. They are left with the shells to. Another thing I will not forget is the speech of Atwoli. Atwoli said, in Trans Nzoia, when Wetangula goes there, I will be there. In Bungoma, I will be there. I will ensure he comes to nothing. Now, those are powerful forces. And Wetangula are not, Atwoli people dismiss him that he's a reckless man. But Atwoli is just like Raila. In organizing, he's a terrible organizer. He has been organizing the Buku's elders and all these different clans elders. At the last minute, you will see who the Azimio La Umoja are in Western. You know, Western has been organized in bits and left. There are so many organizations that have been laid on the ground. They are going on. There are movements being assembled, but they have not been put together. The day they will pull all the strings together, and then you realize Raila still has the command, We know the leading elders of Western who are still mobilizing on the ground for Baba. So D.A.P is not just like any other party. You saw yourself, you saw the CS Munya, you saw, it represents one, the support of the machinery, and two, it's a well-crafted political game plan to counter any forces that have been making infiltration in Western Kenya. So I can, because Western is my place, I can talk and talk. I cannot finish. Let me just pause there for other people to contribute.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa, for that elaborate submission. I believe it's clear enough for everybody to understand where we are coming from or where we are going. For where Tangula and Davadi, they have no excuse. We warned them. We told them early enough. They didn't listen. So whatever they suffer from now, it is part of what they have been laying their bed for. So walalia wasitusumbue. Lakini the country is big enough to accommodate all of us. Nothing is lost. They can still pick themselves up and align on the right side of history. Like I've always said, 2022 elections is historical. It's not ordinary elections. So if you are not part of the right history, you'll be part of the wrong one. I want us to go to Omari Odero. From Omari Odero, we go to Jacob, then Jakindube. Omari Odero. Nzuri vipi?
Poa, nilikuwa nimeanza kulala.
Samahani.
Sasa mazungumzo leo ilikuwa kuhusu vyama. Naona kuna grupu wameform ya kumuunga mzee mkono. Najua zitatokezea nyingi kuanzia next year. Haswa kuna ingine inajiita PA ya Kingi itajiunga. Kuna vyama nyingi sana. Hizo vyama kuna watu wanaingia baridi saa hii. Kwanza hizo vyama hizo ndogo ndogo nyingi sana zikiunga huu mzee, hiyo imefunika UDA, itabaki tu Rift Valley peke yake. Pali vile mimi naona. Na wale pia naonea huruma ni hao watu wanaitwa Oka naona wajielewi. Mdavadi pia akikosa kuchunga katika hii Azimio la Umoja ya huyu mzee itakuja kufagia Western yote. Sasa ile swali nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kuhusu nikitoka kwa mada kidogo. Jana nimeona katika hizi, unajua mimi kila siku nafuatilia hizi poll. Kwanza nimeona sehemu ya Kiambu. Huyu mzee amempita ule jamaa alikuwa anakimbia peke yake kama mwendawazimu. Anajiita Asela. Mzee amemshinda jamaa, ako na 43% na mzee amekuja tu juzu tu ana grow haraka, ako na 50%. Inaonekana tukifika next year kuna watu hawatalala, watashtuka sana vile huyu mzee anaenda spidi, kwa sababu Kiambu Kiambu mzee amefika 50% na huyu alikuwa anakimbia peke yake ako 43. Na kuna poll ingine nimeangalia. Unajua poll nyingi, kuna poll zingine pia wazungu wanajaribu kufuatilia siasa za Kenya. Raila nimeona amempita D.P. Unajua wazungu wanatoa poll zao pia, wanasema Odinga ana gain speed sana. Sasa mi nauliza next year itakuwa aje? Kama sahii huyu mzee anaenda speed na amekuja juzi tu, next year si atapeleka hiyo UDA huko Rift Valley? Hata itakuwa ni party ya Rift Valley, itakuwa Rift Valley mzima. Na ukimwangalia William Ruto katika vile anazungumza, ukimwangalia hata uso yake, utajua mtu ana panic, ana wasiwasi, ni kama amechanganikiwa. Tunasema mtu uchanganikiwa, hajui vile atafanya, kwa sababu ukimwangalia Ruto vizuri, namwonea huruma sana. Ni kama amechoka. Alafu siasa zao nyingi sana wakizungumza, wanazungumza Raila, Uhuru, Raila, Uhuru. Sasa unajua mkizungumza Raila, Uhuru, mnawajenga. Kwanza wakizungumza Raila ndio napenda sana, ndio wanamjenga sana. Unajua watu wanajiuliza, watu wanazungumza huyu mzee ana nini? Lakini sasa watu wameshajua uzuri wa huyu mzee. Wale watu walikuwa wanapatiwa fitina katika Mount Kenya kuhusu mzee, sasa hii watu wameanza kujua ukweli. Huyu mzee kuanzia kitambo alikuwa anaibiwa kura, hata mbali na sisi. Hata leo nimekaa na Mkikuyu mmoja, rafiki yangu sana, anaitwa Brian, akaniambia maisha yake hajai kupatia Raila kura. Katika familia yake wote ni Wakikuyu. Anakaa hapa, kuna sehemu anakaa, wazazi wake wanakaa hapa Mwiki, I think Mwiki Kasarani. Wanasema miaka yote hawajai kupatia huyu mzee, lakini kulingana na hali vile inaenda, familia yao wote sahii wanasupport Raila. Hawajai kupigia Raila, lakini watapigia Raila. Sasa unaona kura kama hizo mbali, hata bila kusupport Raila upande ya Central, lakini walikuwa Raila alikuwa anashinda. Sasa saa hii vile Raila anapata support ya Central, mambo itakuwa worse. Na Ruto aliambiwa aanze polepole. Na Raila kuna siku alimwambia Ruto ni mtoto kwake katika siasa, wakaanza kumdharau. Kama huyu Kemani, huyu MP wa Naikuru, huyu mzee anazungumza sana, anaitwa nani huyu? Gonjiri, yes. Gonjiri anazungumza sana, ni mzee ajioni aibu. Mzee unazungumzia mzee mwenzako vibaya kila siku, ni kama anaota na Raila. Gonjiri mwenyewe amechanganikiwa, yani watu kama Gonjiri ni kama hawajielewi kabisa. Yeye akiota tu, akilala akiota ni Raila tu, yani ni kama wameshindwa. Unajua watu wanakuja kujiuliza miaka zote, huu Raila ni nani? Yani hiyo jina ya Raila sasa saa hii huu mzee hajaanza siasa, huu mzee hajaanza hata kukampeni, ile tu kujitambulisha anataka hiyo kiti, kung'ang'ania hiyo kiti, imeanza kuwatetemesha wengine, hata wanatamani kuingia ndani ya mikebe. Na je, sasa akianza siasa mambo itakuwa mbaya ya zaidi. Huyo ni Raila. Na je, Uhuru next year alisema atamkampenia hiyo Central, na kuambia hiyo Central itakuwa mtasikia hiyo Central itakuwa UDA hakuna. Kusema ukweli, Uhuru akiingia Central UDA itakuwa ni mwisho ya UDA. UDA kila mtu anasema itakuwa ni party ya Rift Valley, hata si Rift Valley mzima, kwa sababu pali inaenda hii siasa ya 2022, hii siasa inaenda mbaya, na hii siasa hii Azimio la Umoja inakuja kufagia kila kitu, ni kama tsunami inakuja kufagia kitu, inakuja hata kufagia hiyo oka. Yani huyu mzee ile scenario atakuwa nayo ni kufagia kila mtu. Ule mtu kama hayuko na yeye na hayuko na hiyo serikali yake anataka kujenga, huyo atakuwa gizani. Kwanza mi naonea huruma Mudavadi na Wetangula, wajielewi. Ule mtu naona ni mang'aa na ni kileva ni watu wawili katika hiyo oka, ni Kalonzo na Gideon watatoroka, lakini wengine wataachwa gizani kama Wetangula na Mudavadi, hawajielewi. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Okay, thank you, Omar. Thank you for your submission. I believe that is clear enough. Before we go to Jacob, people on the comments, please mind your language. This platform is open to everybody. The link is shared in the comments. If you have a divergent opinion, get into the studio and air your views. It is wrong for you to begin to hurl insult and claim this is Azimio La Umoja platform and all that. You are free to call this platform whatever you want, but in a more dignified manner. On the other hand, nobody has forced you to be on this platform or follow the conversation on this platform. So you have no reason to call this conversation stupid conversation. So Kim, there is Muiruri, and who else? And Penny. Watch your language or we get rid of you. That is it. Thank you. Let's go to Jacob. Unmute and speak, sir.
Habari zenu wase.
Salama vipi?
Salama kabisa.
Karibu.
Nimeshukuru. Sasa naona mambo ya Mbolea na Machungwa. Nikiona kwa maoni yangu kana kwamba nashukuru sana kwa hiyo chama cha Eugine Wamalwa kwa sababu inasaidia pakubwa sana. Kwa sababu nikiangalia kuna sehemu za Kenya watu wamebakia opposition miaka mingi. Na ukiona wakati wao wakubarikiwa ama dalili ya mvua na mawingu, viongozi wanaanza sasa kugeuka kuangalia nyuma. So ni kana kwamba kuna ile sehemu za Kenya watu walipigania hiyo opposition uongozi muda mrefu sana kuingia kwa serikali, lakini hawajapata nafasi. Ndio maana ukiangalia kama Wetangula na Mudavadi, kwa maoni yangu wangefaa kusupport Raila kwa wakati wa sasa, kwa sababu walipigania mambo ya 2017 2013 hawakupata kitu. So wangefaa sasa kusimama kwa wakati huu, kwa sababu najua viongozi wanapigania wananchi, na ukiangalia viongozi ni kana kwamba wanapigania au wenyewe wapate sehemu. Ndio maana unaona viongozi anataka kupiga hesabu mahali ambaye mwenyewe anasapata kitu. si watu wake. Na mimi nashukuru hii vyama ndogo ndogo kwa sababu itasaidia pakubwa kama chama cha Azimio la Umoja, kwa sababu ni ishara tosha hii chama ndogo ndogo wataandikisha masharti yao na majukumu yao ambaye inafaa kufanyiwa, na wakiasilisha kwa rais itakuwa rahisi kila sehemu ya Kenya wapate sehemu ama wapate faida ya nchi yao. So mimi sikuona makosa au mashamba ndogo ndogo, kwa sababu inasaidia pakubwa, kwa sababu wale viongozi wanakuja na documents zao. Sisi tunataka kama coast, tunataka kama western, tunataka kama whatever, inasaidia mahali, kwa sababu nikiangalia kuna mahali
just a minute, Chapa. One moment. Please keep your mics off until it's your turn to speak. Patriot, your mic is coming on. Jacob, go ahead.
Okay. Kwa mfano mahali kama ukiangalia kama Samburu, community walishinda kumvote kwa Raila, lakini kuna bahati ya viongozi nao wameruka pande wa UDA, wanataka kuelekeza jamii pande za UDA, lakini community wamesema sisi hatuendi kwa UDA, sisi tunabaki, kwa sababu tangu watu wamekuwa wakivote wakimpigia kura Raila miaka mingi. So wakamwambia viongozi, kama hatutaki, sisi hatuendi kwa UDA kwa sababu hatuelewi UDA, tunaelewa hii Raila tulikuwa miaka mingi tukipigia kura. So nikaona kana kwamba kuna viongozi wanataka kupoteza sehemu ya nyingi sana kwa sababu ya interest yao wenyewe, si kwa sababu ya wananchi. Na kitu ya pili, tunaelewa kura ya Raila, si aje tuelewe siasa zake. Raila sio mtu kidogo kwa siasa. Ni mtu ambaye inajulikana na yeye hajaanza siasa. Kitu ya pili, Raila anajiamini kwa siasa. Tukifikia miaka jayo tutaona watu, kwa sababu Kenya nakubaliana na siku moja nani huyu mzee mmoja amesema, Atuli alisema siku moja ikifikia next year watu watakuja kurealize Ruto ni nani, kwa sababu kumbukeni kitu moja, ni mara ya kwanza jina ya Ruto hasa ndio naingia debeni. Na unakumbuka siasa ya Kenya, watu wanapiga tu siasa, lakini akikaribia maamuzi ya siasa watu wengi ubadili nia, kwa sababu ukiangalia hata 2017 siasa ya Kenya vile imeendelea, kuna umati ya watu wengi wamesimama pande ya Jubilee, umati ya pande ya NASA, lakini baada ya uchaguzi ndio utakuja kujua kumbe kiwanja watu wanatokeza kupiga kelele sio kura. Inamaanisha watu nasatokea tu, lakini hapo si kura. Kuna mahali kura itatokea kifika wakati wake. Hiyo ndio mimi naona kana kwamba hatuna chaka pande wa Azimio la Umoja moja kwa moja, kwa sababu mimi nimeona mahali moja amesaidia pande wa UDA kupinga chama ndogo ndogo, na mimi nimeona hapo ndivyo ndio watu wa sisi kama watu wa Azimio tutapata hiyo vitu ndogo kuongeza ile akiba ndogo ndogo, kuongeza hii yetu ya Azimio, kwa sababu kila kaunti watu wanataka pia kuzingatiwa masharti yao, kwa sababu ya watu ambao wale viongozi, kuna watu ambao wanawakilisha kila sehemu. So ukiniambia siwezi sikiza masharti yangu, funja chama yako, kuja uniunge, kuja uimbe nyimbo yangu na sasa inamaanisha kana kwamba hakuna mahali nanipeleka. Ndio maana watu wengi hawataki kuingia kwa UDA hii chama, kwa sababu ndogo ndogo na kuambia vunja chama yako, na vunja na maanisha vunja na masharti yako, kuja unganya na mimi ndio tuone mambo mbele mbele. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio unaona kama UDA ndio anataka kutumia kushawishi watu. Waswahili husema kitu kisuri kujiusa na kibaya kujitembeza. Tukiangalia kama this year UDA amekimbia sana kujitembeza kana kwamba hawa ndio wazuri, hawa ndio mambo yote, hawa ndio angefaa kufanya hii. Amefanya mambo mengi akitembeza. Lakini kufikia sasa umeona misingi ya siasa kana kwamba amegeuka kwa Raila sasa. Kwa sababu sasa hapo ndio reality wa mambo sasa amesimama sasa. Sasa ndio unaona sasa watu wameanza kugeuka sasa, kwa sababu kitu kusudi sasa yeye anajiusa tu. Anangoja wanunuzi wanunue. Sasa hiyo ndio naona kana kwamba inasaidia pakubwa sana. Jambo kwa mimi mara mingi siko Kenya, sasa niko US, inazingatia tu siasa kila siku, inafuatilia hata show mara mingi inafuatilia kila siku, nikiona mawimbi mahali naelekea. Lakini Kenya naona bila shaka usito wa siasa itaelekea kwa baba. Na kwa hayo mimi na yeye namalizia hapo.
Thank you Jacob, thank you. Tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako, asante sana kwa mchango wako. Tuendelee kujumuika pamoja, hii nchi ni yetu na lazima tuwajibike kuhakikisha kwamba inasonga mbele ipasavyo. Community ancestor, umeinua mkono lakini sio tamu yako. Uliza swali. Ni swali ama comment?
Nilikuwa ningependa tu kuambia huyo ndugu yangu jambo moja, just 1 minute kuwa if you want to go fast then go alone, but if you want to go very very far, go together with people. #Azimio La Umoja.
Okay, thank you community. I think the point is home, and we appreciate you. You'll be coming in next after we hear from Jackie Dube. Naomba tafadhali kila mmoja akae kwa zamu yake. Maswala ya kwa
swali.
Yes, Patriot.
Thank you Bernard. Utatuzoea tu lakini tunajaribu, we will behave.
Hiyo maswala ya kwa tuende kwa KANU kwanza. Unajua kule unatingiza, ikionekana ndio una mute. If you are mute before that, you are breaking the standing orders. Una create kelele, una read broadcast. Hiyo nikusomea hiyo makosa yote utalipa faini gani?
We are sorry Bernard, we will correct that. Now, I wanted to say something very quickly. There's something Wekesa said. I just wanted to add. The governor of Bungoma is part of the Mbolea party. The governor of Bungoma is also part of the Mbolea party. So there is Trans Nzoia, there is Bungoma, fully locked under the Mbolea and the Machungwa. So that means, in my thinking, Bernard, quickly, I've tried to ponder and try to think through where will be Fort Kenya. I don't see the region that is going to be Fort Kenya. And in fact, the Mbolea party will be the predominant party in Western Kenya, because ANC originally is the Maragoli, because Kakamega is ODM and Mumias is ODM, Busia is ODM. Where is ANC? Then if we are going to have Bungoma and Trans Nzoia under the Mbolea party, I think wacha Wetangula aulize UMCA Nairobi. That would be better. Thank you.
Hi, Patriot, kwako lenient. Ungesema akuje decorate North exchange na Rati. At least akue kwa bunge. Wewe unapeleka yeye kwa MCA bane. All the same, let's go to Jakindube.
Huyo jamaa anafanya nimecheka. Hamjambo jamani, anampeleka huyo jamaa kuwa MC.
Karibu Dadi.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Mjadala wa leo juu ya hizi party. Hizi party mimi kwa maoni yangu ni sawa kuwa na party, lakini mimi hizi party nyingi sana si kwa roho yangu naziogopa, kwa sababu zikiwa nyingi sana, zikiwa na wabunge wengi, zinaweza kuvuruga kama hawana azimio la umoja ndani ya roho zao, zinaweza kuvuruga serikali kama wao. Manake kila mtu hizi vyama, kila mtu, wale ambao watakuja wanabunge wengine au wakubwa wengine watakuwa wanaweza kuwa na ubinafsi. Sasa hiyo ubinafsi inaweza kuvuruga serikali ile ambayo itakuweko. Kwa hiyo mara nyingine hiyo party ni nzuri, hizi multi party ni nzuri, lakini lazima vile vile tuangalie zinatusaidia kwa njia gani. Lazima tuzitumie kwa njia safi ambayo italeta umoja. Mimi kitu ambacho naweza kusema ni kwamba kwa nini tumekuwa tukihangaika siku zote hizi na mpaka tumefikia mahali tulipo? Ni kwa sababu tumekuwa hatuna umoja. Hii jambo umoja ndio inatusumbua. Tukiwa na umoja ni rahisi. Kwa hiyo hata hizi party zinatakiwa, hata kama zipo, mimi kwa maoni yangu nataka hizo party ziwe kwenye msingi wa umoja, azimio la umoja, ndio tupate kuondoka mahali tupo kama nchi. Kwa sababu vile vile hizi party zisipokuwa na azimio la umoja ndani yao, ziwe tu ni kusema tu kwa mdomo, lakini katika roho zao hawana hiyo azimio la umoja, itatuletea vurugu. Kwa hiyo nasema ni sawa kuwa na hizi party, lakini lazima tuwe na kujihadhari sana na hizi party, kwamba zisije zikawa ni mvurugo, kwa sababu zikiwa zinaanzishwa tu kwa misingi ya kwa mfano party zingine mimi sikubaliani nazo kabisa, kama ile ya Bwana Kingi. Sikubaliani nayo kwa sababu Bwana Kingi wakati huu ingekuwa ni wakati wake wa kujenga ODM, kwa sababu kule sehemu ya Mombasa kuna party zingine nyingi tu. So jukumu lake ingekuwa saa hizi ni jukumu lake ni la kujenga ODM, kwa sababu ODM amekuwa kwa uongozi kwa karibu miaka 20 kwa niaba ya ODM. So kuruka namna hiyo na ODM ndio saa hizi inataka uongozi, mimi naona hiyo ni mtu ambaye anatumia ubinafsi kwa maoni yangu. Sio mtu ambaye ana azimio la umoja ndani yake. Ana azimio la umoja ndani yake kwa sababu labda kwa sahihi ameona kule mashinani, ameona kwamba labda ODM ni strong au ina nguvu zaidi, au Raila ana nguvu zaidi kule sehemu za pwani. Lakini kabisa hizi vyama ni lazima tuangalie vizuri, na mimi naweza kusema kwamba viongozi ambao mmewataja hapa kama Wetangula, Mudavadi, hata Kalonzo kwa mara nyingine, hawa ni viongozi ambao mimi nikiwaangalia, nafikiri kuna wakati mmoja Patriot aliniambia nitumie lugha safi. Mimi naona hawa watu ni watu binafsi, wana ubinafsi, kwa sababu mtu kama Mudavadi aliambiwa na wenzake, na ameambiwa na watu wengi sana. Hata okay, tukienda nani ya kinyumbani, Raila na yeye wao ni ndugu moja. Raila kila siku nasikia anasemaga yeye ni sijui mjukuu wa Nabongo sijui ngapi, na vile vile waliambiwa uongozi watapata kutoka Lake. Na vile vile ukiangalia tabia ya Waluya na Wajaluo ni kitu kimoja. Kwa hiyo mimi saa zingine ushangaa sana kuona kama Mudavadi anafikiri anaweza kuwagawa hao majirani kwa ubinafsi vile alivyo, kwa sababu kama sioni kwa nini alitoka kwa makamu wa rais, makamu wa vile alikuwa makamu wa rais. Hawajamaliza vita. Hawa ni watu ambao sijui mnaendaje vita, mko kwa vita hamjafika mwisho, mnaanza kusema hapana, sasa wewe sio kiongozi sasa, na bado mko pale kwa vita mnapigana. Siwaelewi. Naona ni watu ambao ni binafsi, watu ambao mnaweza kuona ni viongozi ambao hawawezi kupeleka Kenya popote. Na kiongozi ambaye anatakiwa kupeleka Kenya popote ni kiongozi ambaye ni mwaminifu, kiongozi ambaye ni mjasiri, kiongozi ambaye ni mtulivu, kiongozi ambaye ana msamaha kwa bila kuweka maneno rohoni. Unaona, hivyo ndivyo uongozi inatakikana, sio uongozi wa leo uko hapa kesho uko kule. Hiyo haifai kabisa. Kwa hiyo hawa ni viongozi kwa maoni yangu ambao kwa kweli mimi saa nyingine nashangaa sana kuona sisi tunasikiliza viongozi ambao ni wajabu sana. Saa hizi tu nilikuwa nikiangalia Bwana Ruto akisema kwamba yeye, Raila, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, hati hawa watu hawana track record, hawajajenga barabara, hawajakusanya pesa, hawajachangia shule harambee, hawajafanya harambee ya kanisa, hawajajenga barabara. Jamani, hiyo ni ukweli jamani. Na anawaambia Wakenya mbele yao na Wakenya wanapiga makofi. Hii ni Kenya gani? Ni yani Wakenya wa namna gani? Sisi tuna kasumba, tuko na problem gani sisi Wakenya? Hiyo kusema kweli tu. Na yule jamaa alisema kwamba ameona maoni fulani, namba za katika hizi kura za maoni, ameona hizo namba. Nataka kuambia kwamba jamani, unaweza kusema uongo kila siku, lakini kitu moja mkumbuke, siku moja hiyo uongo itaporomoka. Na hiyo ndio maana uongo ambao umesemekana juu Raila imeporomoka. Sasa ndio watu wanajua kiongozi ni yupi ambaye anaweza kutoa Kenya mahali tulipo, kutuelekeza sehemu ambayo tunategemea kwenda. Hiyo uongo umesemekana kwa muda mrefu, na mimi naomba Wakenya, tumejaribu ukabila kwa miaka hii 58, haijatupeleka popote. Tafadhali Wakenya ambao wanatusikiza, tuacheni ukabila, tujaribu sasa azimio la umoja. Tujaribu miaka 5 tuone itatupeleka wapi. Tujaribu, kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo inatakikana maishani. Mkijaribu kitu haiwapeleki popote, kwa sababu saa hii Wakenya wanalia, hawana sijui nini, hawana pesa, hatuna kitu gani. Tujaribu basi nyingine, tujaribu tuone kama hii azimio la umoja itatusaidia. Yani tuungane pamoja, tuone, tuache kubaguana, tuone kama itatusaidia. Tujaribu miaka 5, kama haitufai turudi basi kwa ukabila au tutafute nyingine. Asanteni. Wataka.
Okay, thank you, Jack Kindube.
Yeah.
Yes. It's the turn for community ancestor before Temba and who else? Muiruri. But before community ancestor comes in, I would want to say that the UDA leader has a way of spinning propaganda by himself. Most governments, they have their team that spin propaganda. But now if you take over from your propaganda team and be the one spinning the propaganda, to be caught becomes very easy. And that is why I believe UDA campaign are holding to a hole that they may never be able to pick themselves from. Asking for presidents requires you that you be presidential. But if you to be presidential means you need to be accommodative and be able to carry everybody along as much as possible. But if you're combating in everything, attacking in everything, you are out for fully-fledged war at every platform, that to me, it's counterproductive. But that's my opinion. Community ancestor, let's go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Panad, and my fellow panelists for the chance. Yeah, to start with, I want to say that Raila, being a genius when it comes to matters called politics, he knows very well the law of the jungle, which says that you must be very calm in order to fight an animal we call the tiger. Having finished saying that, I want to come to the topic of today immediately, whereby leo mmeleta mambo ya Azimio La Machungwa na Mbolea. Sasa unajua lazima kwanza tujiulize Azimio La Machungwa na Mbolea. Mbolea ni D.A.P. Azimio la Machungwa ni azimio ambalo linaendeshwa na baba mwenyewe. Machungwa inapatikana wapi? Machungwa inapatikana Moso, Mount Kenya, yani mlima, unaona milimani, yani machungwa uwanga inamea vizuri huko. Alafu wakati mvua inaponyesha unapata kuwa ile udongo, the top soil, inakuwa swept to the lowland kwenda pande za western huko, then kutoka hapo sasa ndiposa haya machungwa yapate kufikia watu wengi, kwa sababu Azimio ni nyumba kubwa. Lazima hii miti, kwa sababu imepandwa pale mlimani, ihitaji kitu tunaita mbolea. So mbolea itabidi ile mbolea yenye ilikuwa swept kutoka Mount Kenya kwenda western, ichukuliwe kutoka western ipelekwe mlimani, ndio matunda izagae watu wakule. So baba with Azimio La Machungwa is heading to look for more machungwas in Mount Kenya, I mean votes. Baba reaching Mount Kenya, he has realized kuna machungwa mingi pale, yani votes ziko mingi sana Mount Kenya. But these trees that bear fruits lack mbolea. Ushaona sasa. Na vile nimewambia kuwa mbolea inapatikana the lowland after imekuwa swept by soil erosion. Now baba ameangalia Western Kenya, anaona ANC and Ford Kenya parties are so much hesitant in supporting him so that he can be able to reap fruits ama votes za Mount Kenya. That is why baba he has seen ni vizuri atafute hii mbolea. Now let's look zile minds ambazo zimebuni huu muungano wa D.A.P, huu muungano wa chama cha Mbolea. Ukiangalia in fact hao viongozi, their minds are very sharp, which means these people are a threat to ANC and Ford Kenya ambayo iko under Moses Masika Wetangula. Because these people in fact ukiangalia in Western wakona ideologies ambazo ni mzuri sana, because mimi nimejaribu kuwasikiza, nimeona kuwa hata wao wakona maono mazuri. Now, Kenya voters who are not comfortable with ANC and Ford Kenya are now going to use D.A.P, hii chama cha Mbolea, to vie, na hapo in fact itakuwa a threat to ANC and Ford Kenya. So soon katika historia ya vyama vya ANC na historia ya vyama ya chama cha ANC na chama cha Ford Kenya, in fact itaingishwa kwa shimo la sahau. Reason being, in fact hii D.A.P, hii Mbolea itasagaa kutoka Trans Nzoia, itaembea Vihiga, Bungoma, Busia, imalizie hata Kakamega. Now ANC, in fact ANC ya Musalia Mudavadi na Ford Kenya ya Moses Masika Wetangula, in fact sasa hivi iko katika hali ya hatari ya kuporomoka. Like take an example of Ford Kenya. Ford Kenya imebaki na mbunge mmoja. Uliona Onyonga wetu alifanya nini? Alirudi kwa ODM. Sasa mumeona D.A.P nayo ndio hii imeacha Ford Kenya. So let us keep sasa hivi baba na Azimio la Umoja akishajua kuwa Western ANC Party and Ford Kenya wameshikwa koo namna hii na hii D.A.P so ile mambo ya runoff yenye Musalia Mudavadi maybe alikuwa anataka iwepo pale, ndiposa awe na bargaining power wakati wa 2022, yani after sisi kwenda kwa runoff, hivyo kama hiyo ndio ilikuwa kwa mind yao kuwa wacha tuende to trigger runoff. D.A.P itakuja hapa hivi, watu wengi wale wenye hawako comfortable kusupport Musalia Mudavadi wataingia kwa D.A.P. So maybe ni kura chache sana ambazo Musalia Mudavadi na Ford Kenya baba ata lose kutoka Western Kenya, which means Musalia Mudavadi sasa hivi hana jawabu. Kama alikuwa anasubiri kuwa angetumia ANC pamoja na Ford Kenya kutrigger runoff, D.A.P imekuja sasa imesili hiyo maneno no runoff. Macho yetu sasa waja tuyaangazie pande ya Eastern kwa Kalonzo, tuone ni yapi tena baba atafanya nini, watakuja nayo, ndiposa hii kitu baba aichukue within 90 minutes. Hatutaki extra time, tunataka in fact hii kitu baba ichukue within 90 minutes kuja chini, ndiposa tu save pesa mingi
yenye tungetumia kwa runoff. I thank you, Mr. Panad and my fellow panelists.
Okay, thank you, community. Let's go to Themba, please. Themba, just before you take, Wycliffe Machora, you are not new on this channel. Your language is very bad. Please watch it or tutakutimua. Leo niko na anointing ya kutimua watu. Kwa hivyo tafadhali. Why do you go personal? This is a public platform.
Bernard.
Yes.
You don't need to give warning to such people, just block. It's a very, very personal and vulgar language. We shouldn't look like we are entertaining such. So such kind of languages, you just block the guy.
Just carry on, Themba. Carry on.
You block the guy assuming it's a man. We don't know. No, people have pseudo accounts. Good evening, everyone, and glad we are here today. I want to there's a little noise. Let me pass to Merore kidogo.
Carry on, Themba. Broadcast is allergic to silence.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I want to let me get to a place where you can hear me loud and clear. Can you hear me now, Bernard?
Yes, you're fine. You're fine. Just go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me get on it now. I want to first of all give my comment on what Jakindube said. He said that he doesn't like the idea of I don't see me. I don't know if he can hear me. He doesn't like the idea of many parties. I want to differ with him a little bit in the sense that Kenya is a democratic country. We are ruled by the constitution. And the constitution says that Kenya is a multi-party democracy. So each democracy is allowed to move. Societies are allowed to their dynamic. So they move. And at a certain point, when people will have seen that their interests can be met either by one or two parties, the society will revolve and sort that by itself. You cannot force a society to adopt a certain like we say that all of us belong to one party without necessarily having that process, which is a social process. You just move. Parties will keep on horse trading here and there, and parties are generally about their political vehicles where individuals use to bargain for what they need. So I think it's a good thing. It's a healthy process. It should be allowed. It should be encouraged, so that we are having as many conversations going on as can be accommodated by the society. Over time, as the conversations continue, people will realize, just like a while ago when Jubilee Party came together and NASA came together, if it held, probably would be looking forward to maybe 2 or 3 election cycles producing 2 strong political parties. But as of now, we need to appreciate for a party to be registered, the Registrar of Political Society looks at the threshold if they meet it. And if they meet it, they are registered. So we need to appreciate that. We may not like it, but it is the nature of our democracy. We just need to appreciate. We are either within the democratic provisions or we are out of it. For as long as it is constitutional, let's appreciate that. Having said that, I want to throw a little jabs to the Hasira nation. You know, they seem to be angered lately that you know, things are taking shape as they are, and they don't lose any opportunity to express that anger when they can. So we want to tell them. I think someone ably said here a while ago, what makes UDA a national party? UDA has only one member of parliament. The rest are soon to be, you know, just like other parties. You know, you have a party like I think PEP that has one member of parliament from Juja. So it is also soon to be national if it's able to reach there. So what is the argument of UDA that they are a national party and not a tribal party like other parties? You know, that's you can't judge now with what you are hoping you will be. You know, so UDA is hoping it will be a national party, but it is not a national party. At the moment, we have two national parties: Jubilee Party, which has members of parliament, they can prove it. We have ODM, which has members of parliament across the country, they can prove it. The other parties like ANC and others, which have a sizable number of MPs, those ones can claim. You can say, okay, this one is a party that's a national party. But UDA cannot claim to be a national party. It is actually in the infancy stages, just like other parties that are starting right now. D.A.P was started launched yesterday, BAS the other day, and all those parties that are forming together, they share the same history with the UDA. So there's no way the deputy president can wake up and say that let us all join one national party and that is UDA. It is not a national party. It is going to be if it manages to get all those MPs and it gets them to parliament. So you cannot judge today by tomorrow. You know, like Bernard, I tell you, can you give me 200 shillings because tomorrow I'll be rich? You know, you cannot you cannot tell me to decide how you're going to pay me by money that you haven't earned yet. Who are the MPs in UDA? I mean, we have only one member of parliament. So this thing of the deputy president walking around saying that you know, you can only join one, we should not stop forming tribal parties, then he should be the first one to stop forming a party because all the other parties are on the same level like he is. What gives him that special consideration that if he's forming UDA right now, the rest should not form their parties? I mean, the constitution does not say that. Is he giving himself to be the registrar of political parties that now don't form your parties, just come to mine? What makes his the best? Secondly, they keep saying that the other parties are being sponsored by billionaires. I want to ask him, is Gachagua a poor man? Is the chairman of UDA, Senator Mudhama, a poor man? Is the DP himself a poor man? If we are to be fair, it is 3 billionaires or 4 billionaires against the other many billionaires. So both of them, they are wanapanga watu. So UDA wanapangwa na 4 billionaires. The other side inapangwa na many billionaires. So either side, kama ni kupangwa, wanapangwa with billionaires. So he is a billionaire. Gachagua is a billionaire. I'm yet to see Mama Mboga ambaye amewekwa chairman wa UDA. I'm yet to see in one of those meetings where they are saying this Mama Mboga from today is the Secretary General of UDA. When they will do that, when he will stand back and say that, okay, fine, today we have decided that Mama Mboga or mtu wa boda boda, yeye ndio executive director. or UDA, we will say that, okay, fine, these were now hawapangwi, but you can't have two people, a few billionaires differing with other billionaires, then telling the others that mnapangwa na billionaires, yet they are also doing the same. Wakenya si wajinga, and I think he's the one who has said before that yes, Kenyans are wajinga walisha Kenya. And indeed, walisha Kenya, we can see what is happening. They cannot stand up in any podium and start preaching to us lies. UDA is as new as any other party that is being formed in Kenya today. It has only one member of parliament. It has no national presence. It has no the 160 are soon to be, just like D.A.P. It will come and say that we are soon to have members of parliament who are going to come to us from Ford, Kenya. All the other parties, even Mbas, Yakiraitu, will be saying we are soon to have members of parliament. So this problem of saying, oh, CG, the only national party is UDA, what makes it national? Hiyo tusiletewe. Now, finally, I think Wekesa has addressed the idea of the reasons why D.A.P has come. And let me tell you, and maybe for the sake of the listeners, this is an interesting moment. All these political parties, for me, I'm glad this is happening because the calculation, you may never know, you know. By the time we get to February next year, we will know which side all these parties are going to direct their energies. Because one thing that is coming, and it is consistently being said by all the parties, is that we are going to fight for all these other parts, but now the presidency is what we are not going to touch, which for me, I think is a good thing. Let political parties be strong even in counties, because counties come the end of even the 5 years, we can say that which parties have delivered in their counties. That is the spirit of devolution. If your party was strong in Nyanza and they haven't delivered, then you know the party that is bringing you down. If your party was strong in a particular place and your people didn't deliver, then you know what happens. So for me, I think I like the conversation. Let's have as many parties as we can handle. Let people form as many as the registrar of political parties can register. Let's have the conversation going. Let's have Kenyans expressing their freedom of participation in politics. I think for me, that's a good thing. I will stop there for now.
Okay, thank you, Themba. That is candid enough. And I will just say something about UDA being a national party. What national party that is threatened by other smaller parties? It doesn't add up. Because if you are the Rivanzoya and you are afraid of the smaller rivers, I mean, how do you get threatened with such? So DP needs just to wake up and realize that he's not the author of the dictionary of how Kenyans should think. And whatever he says is not absolute, is subject to checking. And so let him also be realistic. If he has one member of parliament, he has one member of parliament. Talking about the 160 that he doesn't have will not change anything. Politics is not all about perception. There is perception, perspective of politics, but politics is not all about perception. So investing in perception alone and nothing underneath to support it will only end up into disappointment. And we wouldn't
Bernard,
want him to be, yes.
let me just say something so that not on what you said, but I've seen Wycliffe Machora is back. Now, Wycliffe Machora plus the others, we are very tolerant of divergent opinions. Penyagaka has always given divergent views here, and we don't mind it as long as you don't insult the other person. You're free to express your views. You shouldn't address someone on issues of person, either race, color, gender, or be very personal with anyone. We are here to address issues, not individuals. So if you feel you are commenting and you want to respond to someone, kindly be respectful, address the issues. Pen Nyagaka has always come here and said, he supports UDA. That's okay, that's his right. So we have never told him, we have never, whether he's a he or a she, we've never, like blocked him. So I think as much as we express ourselves, let us be respectful, especially in the comment section. Don't come here to just insult people. Okay, insult anybody, unakula block. I mean, that's how it is.
Thank you, Themba, for emphasizing that. And it's okay for you to support. Who is speaking? Joe, hold on. It's okay for you to support UDA or support Azimio La Umoja. And for you to support UDA, you don't have to run down Azimio La Umoja. And for you to support Azimio La Umoja, you don't have to run down UDA. Let us debate on facts, not on insults and twisting names and trying to make the other one look like a joke just for the sake of the same. That in itself interferes with our level of intelligence in terms of how much we stand for as individuals, because whatever you comment here will be permanent until it's deleted, and your great-grandchildren will find it and ask, who was this? And what did he say? So enough said on that. Joe, what were you saying? I want us to go to Muiruri.
Yeah, I think it's our constitutional right to express ourselves. And I don't think we have any problem with that. But even in a democratic country, there are extremes that we cannot be accepted. Pen Nyagaka, he's been here, and I don't see why he cannot come in and debate what he wants to debate. Instead of calling people names and annoying and provoking people, I think it's wrong and it's very primitive. If he wants to come in, let him click the link, come here and debate maturely. But the way he's behaving is very mature, and it shows, I don't know his education level, but it's just very, very poor. And I don't think we should allow it, because it's actually irritating. Not us, because most of us are not seeing those comments. But if you go to the comments section, you'll see that he's actually irritating a lot of people. People might even leave this show because of him. So I think he needs to be cautioned. And if he wants to talk, tell him to click and come in and debate. Thank you.
Thank you on that. And like I said, nobody must be on this show. Nobody must join the broadcast in terms of being on the comment section or getting in the studio. I don't remember us sending any link of inviting somebody from their house to be on this channel. So please, it's not a matter of bragging or showing off. It's a matter of principle. We are governed by the rule of law. We are part of the international community. So if you use vulgar language, what you're doing is putting this channel at risk. We can't risk that. That's why we will block you. And it's not a matter of not being tolerant. Utakuja unletee panya kwa nyumba ati na kutolerate tu. Mimi nikiweka rat wewe unaongeza panya kwa nyumba yangu. It doesn't work that way. So let's respect one another and do what is necessary. So next time is the axe will be on you if you don't take your time. Muiruri, please take your 2 to 3 minutes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening is good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Yeah, sure. Good morning from Nairobi. I'm good, thank you. I have some response statements to Themba and to Bernard and to someone else who say that the Hustler Nation are running like Wenda Wazimu. Sometimes I usually say, Bernard, that you cannot preach water and take wine. Some of the statements coming up from people here, alberga themselves, and you're not warning them. You are also criticizing UDA instead of supporting the Azimio La Umoja. Instead of focusing on Azimio La Umoja, you are so much focusing on UDA and what Ruto is doing wrong. Tell us what the Azimio La Umoja is doing right, because your support is for Azimio La Umoja. Anyway, I wanted to ask a question to Themba. because he said that the Hustler Nation is so angry because things are changing so fast that I don't know what things are changing. He never clarified on what things are changing so fast, because from where I'm sitting, from Mount Kenya region, let me tell you this. I work and live in Kiambu County, but I was born in Nyandarua County, where Raila Odinga visited, but he never managed to visit all the stations that he wanted to visit and campaign. Some of the people taking Raila Odinga around to campaign in Mount Kenya are rejects. For example, Maina Kamanda has never been voted in Mount Kenya. Maina Kamanda has been an MP in Nairobi for as long as I know, but he is taking Raila Odinga to Mount Kenya region. You saw in Nyandarua County, when Raila Odinga visited, he was taken rounds by Nyandarua Governor Kimemia. Kimemia will be a one-term governor. From the response of the people, he will be a one-term governor. And he is the one taking responsibility of selling Azimio La Umoja in Nyandarua County. You saw what happened in Nyeri County, where Governor Mutahi told Raila Odinga that people from Mount Kenya region do not want to be told about historical things. People want to know what he will do for the people. From where I'm sitting, Raila Odinga will not get votes from Mount Kenya because of the people who are campaigning for him. There is this blogger called Kansra Johi, a good friend of mine. I can tell you for free, Kansra Johi is supporting Raila Odinga because he wants an appointment in the government. Kansra Johi has never been voted. He has never vied for any single seat. So I do not have much to say today because it was my first time to join this forum. But things have not changed.
Thank you, Mwiruri.
Things have changed. They have changed in favor of the UDA candidate, Ruto, because Ruto is from Rift Valley, but he has so much support from Mount Kenya region. And mark this, Uhuru Kenyatta will not make any impact even if he visits Mount Kenya 100 times. People are already tired and angry because people from Mount Kenya have suffered in Uhuru Kenyatta's government. So I don't have much for today, but I'll keep listening and I'll maintain decorum because I feel so much good conversations can come out of this. Thank you.
Bernard, I have a question for Mururu.
Hold on.
I'm asking. I'm not
All
even
of you
talking.
mute your mics.
I'm
I'm the
taking
one going to
permission.
ask the first question. Okay? Patriot and Joe, mute your mics. Miruri, one question to you. If Raila is being taken around Mount Kenya by wrong people, according to you, okay? Who is taking William Ruto around Mount Kenya? And what makes him right?
The questions that are, then Mwirudi will answer them. Can we finish all the questions? Then he'll answer them if you don't mind.
Okay, quickly.
Mwirudi, I appreciate your personality. You look sober, unlike those who have those bad words. So I want to congratulate you for being sober, and you are very clear. My question is this. You have said that the governor is a one-time governor, and you have said Commander has never been a leader in Mount Kenya. My question is this. Have you ever been a leader yourself? Because you seem to be having authority over people like Commander. Have you ever been a leader yourself in Mount Kenya? That's just my simple question.
Joe, your question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask the question you asked, because in theory, what he's saying, actually, it's something that you can say in theory. It's very right that this person has never been a leader or this guy is a one-term governor. But the same question that Bernard have asked you, the people who are taking Ruto around, is there any that has been a two-term governor? Or any MP that has been even a 2 or 3 times MP? because let's not talk, I mean, on one side when it's happening also on the other side. So can you tell us the people who are taking route around? In fact, one, he was not even elected. He came to that post as a governor by the attrition of the other, the elected governor died. So he was not even elected at all. So can you tell us who are taking Ruto, which governors are taking route around that are second term governors? That's all I want to ask.
Okay, Mwiruri, you can respond.
Thank you, Bernard. I've had 3 questions, actually 2 questions. One from you and the other 2 from Joe and Patrick, right? Who is taking Ruto around Mount Kenya? That is a question that was asked by you and by Joe. Those people taking Ruto around Mount Kenya, for example, I'll give you a daring leader who is loved by people, the Didi Nyoro from Muranga. I can tell you for free, if Didi Nyoro decided to vie for governor, he would be voted in with as many votes as I can imagine. People like Kangata, people who resonate well with the voters. People like Faith Gitau. Faith Gitau has been a good leader and a loved one from Nyandarua County. In fact, he is leading the Nyandarua UDA campaigns. Then I talked of Maina Kamada because I believe Maina Kamada has never been voted by voters from Mount Kenya. Maina Kamada is from Nairobi.
This Mwiruri, let's not.
Joe, you're out of order. Joe, you're out of order. Please.
Let me just finish.
Let Mwiruri finish his sentence, then we can rebuttal. Not in the middle. Thank
Joe,
you.
you also talked about. Joe, you also talked about Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga of taking Ruto around Nyeri County. From where I sit, Mutahi Kahiga has not joined UDA. He said that he is listening to the ground and will declare his support, whether he will support UDA or whether he will support Azimio La Umoja. Then, Patrick, you said whether I have authority compared to Maina Kamanda. Personally, I'm a sober voter, a very sober voter. And I believe from where I sit, the support is for UDA. Let's not lie to each other. The support from Mount Kenya is for UDA. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay.
Yeah, now, Ben, can I do a rebuttal?
Everybody. Mwiruri.
Ben, let me go back to Mwiruri, please. You see, the theory you gave was about elected people. Now you have started going on assumptions. You see, what you say is popular to you is an assumption. So, well, we want to go with the theory that you brought in. That you should answer us with the same theory, because the theory was somebody has not been elected, and we asked you who among Ruto fellas from Mount Kenya are elected. So you have not answered the question. You have now gone to assumptions, and assumptions is your own opinion. But we wanted to use your rules, your theory, which you have not answered, please, Mwiruri. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Let me
Joe.
answer that very quickly, Bernard. Let me just answer that very quickly. When Raila Odinga visited Nyeri the other day.
Patriot, hold on.
When Raila Odinga went to Nyeri the other day, some wazees by the name of Council of Elders, my dad was there. And my dad called me and told me that they'll be going to Nyeri. They have been called to the headquarters to have a meeting. They were not aware that they were going to endorse Raila Odinga. I actually learned about it the night before they went. And I called dad and told him, are you aware that you're going to endorse Raila Odinga candidacy? And he said, no, we are not aware. But once I got Nyeri, I'll tell you what will happen. One of the spokesman, the Kikuyu elder spokesman, was given a chance to welcome Raila Odinga is Councillor Johi. Councillor Johi is that 1 year old. That 1 year old, and he was given that regalia to wear as a council of elder regalia. You know, people are just, those people supporting Raila Odinga, they are just lying, as in, who can Councillor Johi talk on behalf of, like that 1 year old speaking on behalf of Kikuyu Council of Elders? Bernard.
In fact, that is where my question is stemming from.
Let me say something.
Patriot, mute your mic. I'll give you a chance to ask your question. Thank you. Okay, Mwiruri, you told me, you have told this platform that you are a sober voter. Just for the record purposes, how many times have you voted?
Thank you, Bernard. I have voted, if I can call, 4 times, 5 times. Let me say 5 times. 5 times because I voted twice.
Five general elections.
Yes, I voted twice during the last elections that we had because there was a repeat of the voting. So I voted.
Okay. So you voted for the first time, which election? 2013, 2017?
Sure.
You voted 2013 for the first time?
I voted the first time of the very first time when Kibaki was elected as the third president. His second term.
2002.
Yeah. His second term, the Uhuru's 2 term, and the one time that the elections was repeated.
Okay. And according to your voting of 2002, 2007, 2013, 2017, the opinion people of how the Mount Kenya bloc is voted, was it decided by the people or by the leaders? Historically.
If I can speak on my behalf.
No. I want you to give us a historical pattern so that we can relate to, because we know also how Mount Kenya votes and who are the opinion leaders who determine the direction of the mountain, despite the fact that we have people who are free, who vote anyhow, regardless of the opinion leaders' decision.
Pardon?
You voted for Kibaki in 2002.
Sure.
What informed that?
Because I believed he was the right leader then.
So it was your personal decision. It had nothing to do with the Mount Kenya decision.
Sure.
The same with 2007.
The same with 2007.
The same with 2013.
Sure.
And it was your personal decision.
It was my personal decision.
Good. Then you can only speak for yourself.
I'm speaking on exactly. But from where I sit, I can feel the support. I can feel and I can hear what people want.
Now, if you did not follow the opinion leaders, hold on. You have not followed the opinion leaders in 2002. You didn't follow the opinion leaders in 2007. You didn't follow them in 2013. You did not follow them in 2017. That means you are a man of your own. You only vote what you decide. And so, where the opinion leaders will lead the rest of the mountain, you will not be party to it. And so, that disqualifies you to be able to speak on behalf of the mountain.
I can tell you, during the Kibaki time, Kibaki was the Kikuyu kingpin. He was the Kikuyu kingpin. Like, everyone looked up to Kibaki, like, the direction Kibaki is going, that's where you're going to go. Personally, I had a different perception. Like, I don't have to follow what others are saying, because I look critically and analyze the kind of leadership that Mwai Kibaki will offer. But from the ground, people followed Moi Kibaki because they believed he was their kingpin. The same with Uhuru Kenyatta. Currently, Kikuyu do not have a kingpin, someone to follow politically. And that's what will make the difference.
What do you mean Kikuyu doesn't have a kingpin?
Who is the Kikuyu kingpin from where you are seated?
Have you replaced Uhuru Kenyatta with who?
Coming to the next elections, Kikuyu will not have a kingpin. They don't have a presidential candidate. What I believe is
presidential candidates are not kingpin. Kingpin
that's why I'm saying
credible regional leaders.
And that's why I told you.
Can I also ask? Ben, wacha nikuulize, hata mimi niulize hapo sasa.
Ngoja kwanza. Unajua kila mtu akiongea tunatengeneza kelele. Naomba hivi. Nakupatia nafasi ya kuuliza swali lakini tulia kwanza. Okay? Tunauliza maswali kulingana na zamu. Nataka tuelewane na Mwiruri. Okay? Mwiruri unasema Kibaki was kingpin in 2002. And the mountain voted for him because he was a kingpin. Is that what you said?
Pardon?
Kibaki was a kingpin in 2002 and 2007.
Exactly.
That is why the mountain voted for him.
Actually, he commanded the respect from Mount Kenya.
And then currently who is commanding the respect of Mount Kenya?
No one is commanding respect from Mount Kenya.
Bernard, I think you are wasting our time. Look,
I'll give you an example. No, I'm not wasting your time.
How could Kibaki be
Let me respond to a quick response to that.
My job is hold on, Joe. Okay? My job is to make us understand, and we also want to know the point where Mwiruri is coming from with his claims. When we understand, then we know where he's coming from. But if we just leave it hanging, it's not helping much. Patriot, you had a question as we move to the next person.
Yeah. Bernard, you see, Mwiruri is not going by what he's saying. He's not following the right way. How could Kibaki be a kingpin and he was not a president? And there was also Uhuru Kenyatta, who was also standing. How come Kibaki was a kingpin and not Kibaki and not Uhuru? I mean, if you follow through what he's saying. Yeah. So because if that time there were two Kikuyu, and we have had even two Kikuyu, so it does not mean if you are standing you become a kingpin. You should differentiate that a kingpin and a presidential candidate, these are two different entities. So Mwiruri, please follow what you're saying. Hapana ruka hivi na hivi.
Turn to say something, Bernard. Joe, we are a very organized people. What Mwiruri is asking is very simple ways to dismantle. He is asking a very good question, and he has made it very clear. I think I agree with Bernard that when somebody has a dissenting voice or view, let's allow him to speak. Then we can deal with the matter. Otherwise, if everybody speaks, then we will not be helping. So I'm on your side, Joe. I'm only saying we get organized on how we answer some of these things. So Mwiruri, there's something I wanted to say. And let's be very honest. Mwiruri, you cannot speak for Kikuyus. You are a young man, and there's something I want to say here. I could be wrong. I don't think you are right by saying that you started voting in 2002, because I don't see you being above 40 years. If you did vote for 2002 up to now, those are 20 years, Kibaki and Uhuru. That's not very true. From the way I look at your eyes, you're lying. Either one of them is not true. But if I'm not right, then I stand to be corrected. Number two, some of us have relatives from Mount Kenya, including the people who cook in our houses. I was in Nyeri personally. The issue that you are bringing about, I was personally in Nyeri, and I will tell you where that happened. That was at Dedan Kimathi ground, okay? The people who were there, I will tell you, they were older than the young man that you have quoted. They were all women, and I know, you know, too, that women are a very important opinion shapers in as far as the culture of Kikuyu is concerned. If you want to marry a girl from Kikuyu and you don't agree with the mother, you agree with the father, you're in problems. If I'm wrong, that's what I know. So when you see women of age coming to make decisions, they are speaking from their hearts, unlike the young men. I think I want to agree with Bernard that it is true to disagree because you have reasons why you are voting for UDA, but you masquerading to speak for Kikuyus, I think it's unacceptable. Why? One, you have never been elected to any position. Commander has been an MP in Nairobi. Kiambu extends up to Nairobi. We know who Kikuyus are. You are one of them. That is very true. But you masquerading to be their leader just because you come from Mount Kenya, I think that's not right. Lastly, but not least, it is very clear. You look one who's gone to school, Mwiruri, and from the way you spoke, as I said, you are somebody who is very eloquent and clear. You cannot ignore the science behind statistics. We know very well, I know you read newspapers, you need polls. The current situation as we are speaking, Raila Amolo Odinga in Kiambu is 50%. Ruto is at 43. How do you want to use scholarly matters in isolation? When it comes to facts, you want to run away from that. I am sure you know what that means. Those are Kikuyus, those are not Luos who are there. And with the time, you'll get some numbers remaining with your side as UDA, and you're going to have numbers on this side. So the last thing I want to say, Mwiruri, as I finish, because I don't want to really spend much of the time, is this. Raila Amolo Odinga started campaigning the other day. He has not been out here as a candidate until the other day when he showed at Kasarani. It was in speculation. The D.P announced to be a running person for presidency long time ago. That you know. It's only a matter of time that you see Mount Kenya giving votes to Baba. We only need 30%. In fact, Mulori, we don't need your vote. You can have it in UDA. That is correct. It's your democratic right. But I want to tell you, we have brothers and sisters and in-laws who will give votes to Baba. We only need 30. The rest of the Kenyans will go with us. And we want to welcome you into the opposition. Miruri, thank you so much for listening to me.
Ben. Thank you, Patriot. Let's go to Mark quickly. Your question to Mwiruri. He responds, then we move to the next one.
Can I also ask just two questions?
I'm not Actually, I'm not asking Mwiruri anything.
Yes, what are you saying?
I just want to pick out two issues here. That
are you making a submission or you are responding to Mwiruri?
I'm responding to Mwiruri's submission.
Please make it fast because we want to close that chapter and go to the next person.
Okay, I want us to look at in the worst case scenario. And this I must pose it for Mwiruri. 2017, 2013, 2007. Commander, Chege, Peter Kenneth, talk of all those leaders who are now supporting Raila. They were anti-Raila. Raila was able to get a few votes then. Are we saying that these guys who have come to support Raila do not have any clout, including their own relatives and their own friends, that they cannot be able to move the numbers from maybe the 5% that Raila had to around 10 or 15%? That is one. Number two, even when you look at it, most of us might not be Kikuyus, but we also have friends. And Ben, this you must agree that a majority of the young people in Mount Kenya could be supporting UDA as things stand today. Today I was sharing with another lady from Laikibia, and you know this is what she told me. These young men are going to vote Ruto, but us, we are going to vote for Baba. I don't know why she could decide to lie to me. But I do know that the presence of a majority of the governors in the Raila camp, much as they might be unpopular like Mwiruri says, because I really don't know. I don't know how you can call somebody who is a governor unpopular, somebody who has led a whole county. I mean, it shouldn't be in the first place a description that you can make about a leader who is leading a whole county. In the worst case scenario, if these leaders are such unpopular, is it possible that they can bring 30% to Raila's vote? And if the answer is affirmative, then we have no debate here.
Okay, Mwiruri, you have like a minute or so to respond quickly, please.
First, a response to Joe. I'm sorry, Joe, I might not say what you want to hear. So I'm sorry if I'm wasting your time. The other question was by Patrick, or is it Patrick? About
It's
political
called Patriot.
statistics.
Patriot.
Yeah, Patriot, sorry. Patriot. About political, I can confirm to you that political statistics, you cannot compare political statistics with academic statistics, which are real and true reflection of what is happening. We know politicians use these statistics. No one will want to hear that your competitor is winning against you. So don't believe in these statistics. Don't believe it. They are doctored, and you know that. This is not the first time that you are having this statistic, this polls. You know, you from where you are seated, you know that this is not a true reflection of what is happening on the ground. The other question, I don't know, a remark or something from Mark. He said that you talked to a lady from Laikipia, and I think she is old. As you say that young people will vote Ruto, but the older people will vote in Raila Odinga. I don't know who, on behalf of who, the lady was speaking, because you said I cannot speak on behalf of the Kikuyu. The same with the lady, she cannot talk on behalf of the Kikuyus. Will Kamanda deliver 5 or 10% of votes to Raila? Kamanda will not deliver. We know Kamanda was rejected in the last general election. He tried to rig his competitor, and Commander commands no followers from Mount Kenya region. If he commands some, maybe from Nairobi County, but not from Mount Kenya region, because as long as I know, Kiambu is not in Nairobi, Nairobi is not in Kiambu, and Nairobi is not in Mount Kenya region. That's all that I have.
Okay, thank you, Mwiruri, and I love your line of reasoning. Only that UDS seem to be caught up into believing a particular ideology that denies them from seeing the reality. The majority of the people dancing to UDA are young people. And these young people are the ones who rejected to go and register as voters. So I don't know which votes you people are counting on. And the elderly, the ones you're saying that we shouldn't speak on behalf of, they have known this country. They have the history of this country. UDA is allergic to history because they don't have a good history to report about. And so time will tell. Jakindu Bey, please maliza hiyo maneno kabisa, tuende kwa mtu mwingine.
Nashangaa sana na huyu jamaa anasema kwamba baba hawezi kupata, Raila hawezi kupata kura in Mount Kenya. Na je, hivi anasema kwamba hakuna kingpin. Mimi nataka kumuuliza, ile election ya 2002, did Raila play part? Raila alikuwa ni kingpin. Raila alifanya nini? Anakumbuka what Raila did? Ndio Kibaki achaguliwe, huyu ambaye anasema alichaguliwa. Nani hata alikampenia Kibaki? Kibaki alikuwa hospitali. Huyo Raila ambaye unamrabish ndiye alikampenia Kibaki. Jambo lingine nataka kumuuliza Mwiruri, akienda hospitali kwa daktari anatibiwa namna gani? Huwa daktari anataka kujua ugonjwa ilianza lini. Hiyo ni history. Kama hujui history, huwezi kusolve problem. Hata ukipeleka gari yako kutengenezwa kwa garage, lazima upeane history. Kitu gani unafikiria mbaya, imeanza namna gani na inafanya nini? Ndio maka nikaelewe. Kwa hiyo kusema ati history ni mbaya, ndio maana ukipuzia history hutajua unaenda wapi na umetoka wapi. Ndio maana ukikataa history, ndio maana tuko na problem, kwa sababu hatujui tunatoka wapi. Hatujui problem yetu iko wapi. Mwiruri, asante.
Asante sana Jack and Dube, if I'm not wrong. I want to make this clear, Bernard. I think sijamtusi ama sijaongea vibaya at any one point kuhusu Raila Odinga or William Ruto. I have respect for our leaders, and I wouldn't talk ill, or I wouldn't want to tarnish their names, because I'm not that kind of a person. I'm speaking on what is on the ground, that Raila Odinga is not commanding any followers from Mount Kenya, and those who are leading his campaigns in Mount Kenya are rejects. I'm sorry to say that. The reason why Kitu Aruguru had to, let me just finish. The reason why Kitu Aruguru jumped ship from Jubilee to UDA, because she listened on what the ground was saying. The same with Waruguru, the Kirinyaga governor. So from where I'm speaking and from what I can feel and what I hear people saying and what people are believing, Raila Odinga will not get more than 3% of cast votes from Mount Kenya region. I'm sorry to tell you this. It's very unpopular to you, but I'm really sorry.
Miruri, you have nothing to be sorry of, okay? Because what you are saying, you need to, one thing you need to appreciate is that nobody's going to vote for Raila Odinga by force from the mountain. That's one. Two, if Raila Odinga was hard in 2002, okay, in Mount Kenya, and convinced the mountain to vote for Kibaki, when there was an option for Uhuru Kenyatta in 2002, that same convincing power will still work in the mountain. On the other hand, the reasons why Raila will not get the vote is what? Is it because there is William Ruto or because he is Raila Odinga? You cannot say the mountain will not vote for him just like that. There must be reasons. So you have not given us any reason since you started to talk, except that the people who are taking him there are wrong. Even when he went himself in 2002, without people taking him, he got the mountain to vote for Kibaki while he's on a stretcher. When there was a young, vibrant young man who was on his 2 feet as an option for Kibaki, I think we have a long way to go in terms of understanding each other, but all the same, let us let that rest to bring in another person.
I just want to make a quick response to your comments and what you just said. Just a quick response, Bernard, if you can allow me.
Quickly.
One thing, during the 2002 elections, we had 2 Kikuyu presidential candidates. One was a project from the Moi regime. We know that, and everyone wanted to reject anything to do with Moi. That's why Kibaki would command the huge following from Mount Kenya region. And then let me just remind you that Uhuru, it was believed that Uhuru commanded the Mogiki support, and Mogiki is not very popular here. If you can recall, where 2002, so people did not want to vote in Uhuru for reasons that Mogiki was supporting Uhuru Kenyatta, and 2, Moi was supporting Uhuru Kenyatta, and people wanted to do away with anything to do with Moi. That's why Kibaki would command a lot of votes, a lot of respect from Mount Kenya region. The other thing, you people are saying that Raila Odinga did a campaign for Mwai Kibaki in Mount Kenya region while he was on the stretcher. He only attended 3 campaign meetings, only 3 meetings. 2 from Mount Kenya region, the other one I don't know, it was in Kambani. You cannot tell me that the 2 meetings changed the narrative. People were voting in Uhuru Kenyatta, and they decided to change because it's Raila who is campaigning for Kibaki. Let's now vote for Kibaki. 2 meetings. No, you are wrong.
I want to put that to rest, but
can I handle Miruri?
Just Fred, you are coming in. Miruri, Kibaki ran for elections not in 2002 only. Kikuyu have not had 2 candidates at the same time, not at once. I mean, not one time. Matiba and Kibaki ran in I think 92. Okay, they did the same 97. Without the Raila factor.
Bernard, let me make
the rest of the country. What became of the D.A.P?
Let me clarify something, Bernard.
Hey.
Yeah, now it's something, Mwiruri, you need to know. And I think I was right to say that probably 2002 you didn't vote. Let me give you statistics in 2002. The votes of Kibaki and the votes of Uhuru Kenyatta did not become the president, but in as far as the votes of Mount Kenya, Uhuru got the majority. That I can bet. If you want to understand, you look at the history. The votes from Mount Kenya, majority went to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But because of the national support that Kibaki had from other regions, Kibaki emerged the winner. Can you challenge me on that?
I'll challenge you on that. Just a quick Google. You just search the Kenya presidential election 2002. From Central Province, Uhuru Kenyatta got 27.4%, Kibaki got 71.8%, and Simeon Nyachae got 0.4%.
Sorry?
From 2002 general election, Central Province, Uhuru Kenyatta got 27.4%, and Moi Kibaki got 71.3%.
That is in 2002?
2002.
Bernard, you can do that homework, please. I don't want to argue.
Okay, let's go from that later, please. I want, in fact, it's daybreak in Nairobi.
Okay, then let me conclude. Let me conclude, Bernard.
Let's do this. Hapo tafadhali. Naomba hiyo mata ikwe. There are two people who have not spoken. I want them to speak first, and then please keep your mics mute. Okay, thank you very much. I think we start with Fred. Fred, and then this, my friend, is called who? Stone PK.
Okay.
Fred, come quickly. You are 2 and 2 to 3 minutes, please. It is daybreak. We need to.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for this hour. I will start quickly with my brother Mwiruri. I want to ask him maybe 2 questions, and then I don't want him to answer because he know. Mugikuyu augaga atia? Mugikuyu augaga atiriri. Ndindi kore enadwe. Aya. Egere mugikuyu aukira atia? Njikore enadwe enamatu. Ndindi kore enamakuru. Nora iguoria furori oraria. Nora iguoria andu marauga. Tondu riri odingehenia. Dodo niere. I'm not a Kikuyu, by the way. Don't be surprised I'm talking Kikuyu. But vile umesema Kate Waruguru umenishtua sana because I voted for Kate Waruguru. Me, I have voted from 2002. I voted from in Laikipia. So the whole scenario I know. I voted for Kate Waruguru. So there is nothing you can tell me about Kate Waruguru. I know her politics. I know where she emerged from. I know how she campaigned. And I know because I was on the ground, deeply on the ground at that particular time. Wachane na hiyo. Mukikuyu anasema hivi, Odingeruma Mudhamaki. If you remember very well, ni nani wali-install Uhuru Kenyatta as Kikuyu kingpin? There was late Michuki, if you remember very well. And there was a late called this old man ule alikuwa from there are two elders who was speaking passionately about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and they say it like this: if you will despise the voice of Uhuru Kenyatta, just do it for your own risk. But for you to come here and tell us that as per now, Mount Kenya, it doesn't have kingpin, you are wrong. And you are wrong in this. Do you know why? Okay, mumesema hii chama mnaweza iita majina mengi sana. Mnaweza ita udaku, mnaweza ita yuda, mnaweza ita yellow fever, mnaweza ita hiyo chama yote tu, hiyo mnaweza ita majina mazuri yote ile yenye iko on the face of the earth. But do you know what kind of the strategy these people are using to make sure that this chama will not see the end of the light of the day? One, do you know who is behind the revival of bus? You don't know. So keep it for yourself. Do you know who is the behind of chama cha Muturi? You don't know. Keep it for yourself. Do you know who is the behind of chama cha Mwangi Wairia? You don't know. Keep it for yourself. Do you know who is behind the chama of D.A.P ile kimesinduliwa leo? You don't know. Keep it for yourself if you know. But let me tell you, with time, as the time goes by, my friend, you will be surprised. You will be very much surprised, because at the end of the day, all this small political party you are seeing, hata kama iko na mtu mmoja, as you are saying, mtu mmoja hivi, hata kama ni mwenye chama tu peke yake, let me tell you for free, and you can take it to the bank. All these small parties you are seeing today, launching today or tomorrow, all this political party, it has something to do with Azimio La Umoja. And all of them, they'll fall into Azimio La Umoja. Kufumba na kufumbua, my friend Hasola, the way you are saying, atakumbuka kujifunika wakati kutakuwa kumepambazuka. Let me tell you for free, because at the end of the day, atashtuka wakati mnasema ya kwamba the ground is speaking differently. The ground right now is saying, we don't want to become, who doesn't know what the one single party did on this country? In Mount Kenya, wewe umesema unatoka Nyandarua Potas Laikipia. I have been in Nyandarua for several times. I have been working there. I have done some business there, because I have lived in Laikipia from 2000. The year 2000, I was in Laikipia. So, my friend, let me tell you for free. Mutakutuka sana, mutashangaa sana when you will find out the whole ground itakuwa imemove with multi-party system. Mutakuwa mmebaki na hiyo chama yenu hiyo mnaita this yellow fever. I don't want to call this the other names, but let me call it yellow fever, the nice name. At least hiyo jina inaweza kuwa mzuri. Before you realize, the yellow fever will remain with only those people who advocate for untruth, those people who advocate on unequal injustices, those people who feel like they have been discriminated, and those people who feel like they have been, because nimekusikiza tangu uanze kuongea and then ukasema ya kwamba watu kama Irun Kangata. Irun Kangata, who told you? Irun Kangata, and then huyu msungu wa Kiambu, alafu these two gentlemen, let me be specific. These two gentlemen ni wale tu kama watu wengine. Hongera kwako kama hujapewa pesa, lakini kama hujapewa pesa, fanya hima, pesa ziko. Kama hujapewa pesa, kama hujapata pesa, my friend, chidaiti upate pesa. But all these people you are talking about, they don't have credibility. They don't have anything on the ground. What they have is just to mouth the butt about the bad leadership of the government of the day, And let me tell you, Odingeruma Muthamaki, my friend, once you despise the king, you despise it for your own risk. Na hiyo iko. Hakuna siku Uhuru ametolewa kuwa as the kingpin of Mount Kenya. Na kabla hajatoka, na wewe you are going against it. Olenda kuruma Muthamaki, my friend. Mama ndirakwira mama. Utashangaa sana. Utashangaa. Na nakwambia ukweli from my heart. I'm not a Kikuyu, but I have been with these people from 2000 up to 2019. 2019 I came from Laikipia. 2000 to 2019, you can count. I know their culture. I know their language. I know how they do things. I know. So my friend, I'm telling you for free. Munaita lioness. As you are saying other people they are first term or one term, lioness will not see the light of the day. I'm telling you. And watch it. To some extent, maybe she might be a spy. You don't know. How many Trojan horse we have in Hustler's Nation? You don't know. Kwa sababu wewe hujui, we have so many Trojan horse in yellow fever camp. And when when the due time comes, you will see. When the due time comes, my friend, you will see, and you will be very much surprised. Nani memaliza?
Sawa Fred, thank you kwa kumaliza kwa wakati. Naomba tusonge mbele. Mwiruru unataka kusema nini?
Fred, asante sana. You asked so many questions. Nastaki kujibu yote.
No, his questions did not require answer. He said so.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment so that we can give other people a chance.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You said that you have been to Kikuyu, you have been to Mount Kenya. For so many people, so you know. I'm a Kikuyu, I know better than you do. 2, Bernard, you talked about...
Ngoja kwanza Mwiruri, don't run so fast. Yeah. You said you are a what? You are a Kikuyu, so you know more than he does.
He does about Kikuyu.
What proves that?
Because I'm a Kikuyu. One thing, we had Jeremiah Kioni who was deputizing Musalia Mudavadi. From where Jeremiah Kioni votes, the polling station, Musalia Mudavadi got 0 votes. So, I can tell you, from the ground, I can tell you, people are lying. Those people surrounding Raila Odinga, they are lying that they will get votes, and they will not get votes from
Mwiruri, you are speaking very confident, but you are not giving us reasons. That's my point of departure. Okay? So why do you explain why did Jeremiah Kioni not vote for Musalia Mudavadi?
For this one simple.
Since you are Kikuyu and you know Kikuyu more than us.
Because leaders from we people from Mount Kenya do not follow leaders. Leaders follow what you want. They follow what you want.
Okay. So leaders follow what you want.
Yeah, what the population.
So what was Jeremiah Kioni following?
Jeremiah Kioni was doing business. He was there for business. Can you give me?
He was not following what you want. He was there for business.
He was there for business. He was there for business.
But you said you people follow, or your leaders follow what you want. And in other words, you need your leaders to lead you.
Jeremiah Kioni issue was exceptional. He was there for business. Can you tell me, Bernard? I'm deputizing you, and I don't vote for you.
Just a small correction.
For you. No, you just tell me.
Joe, no. let the young man explain himself.
And actually, I'm actually Bernard just like you. Bernard,
I just want to do a correction.
Just a minute.
Joe, ngoja kwanza. Joe, you will do the correction, please. Mwiruri, kamilisha haraka, dakika yako imesha.
It's okay. I'm deputizing you, and I don't give you a vote.
That is neither here or there. It is your opinion as it is my opinion. Okay? Because in a voting wherever place, We have spoiled votes. We have rejected votes. We have, there are so many explanations on why a vote can fail to come out. It doesn't mean I didn't vote for you. That's number one. Number two, you said very well that Kikuyu leaders don't lead. They follow the people. The people lead them and they follow.
Sure.
Evidence to that, I'm yet to get it, because when Michuki said the next leader for Mount Kenya after Kibaki is Uhuru Kenyatta, na mtu yeyote ambaye atakwenda kinyume na Uhuru Kenyatta tutamtwanga kisiasa. That is Michuki. And after that, Kinanjenga Karume and the whole of the battalion went to build Uhuru Kenyatta, who did not have much political substance. But after they built him and put him on the forefront, what happened? He became a leader. Was he made a leader by the... Hold on. Who is talking?
Then you are right.
Please, Fred. Where thank you. So wewe Mwiruri, kuna kile unatuambia ambacho akiambatani na historia ambayo tunajua kuhusu Mount Kenya from 92 all the way to 2017. The pattern for voting has never been decision by the people. It is always opinion leaders. So wewe hii mpya umeleta ni ya UDA na tunaikaribisha na tunaangalia how it will come through, but it will be the first time when the mountain leads itself away from its opinion leaders. People like Ndindi Njoro, you said the other one, what? Ichungwa and the rest, those are brothers. Brothers don't negotiate the dowry. It is for the elders. So my brothers wako free kutembea na brother-in-law or prospective brother-in-law, wamkule pesa akiwapeleka out na kurudi. Lakini ikifika siku ya kunegotiate dowry, my brothers wanatupwa nje, my sisters wanatupwa nje, ni wazee wanaamua masuala ya mountain. To the best of my historical classes and my observation, that is what I know. Hii unaniambia ni mpya, wacha tuone vile itakuja na matokeo yake.
Okay,
but
one question,
historically,
Bernard.
what you're saying does not hold water.
One question, Bernard.
No.
Kwa sasa saizi, Luo Nyanza wanamsikiza Raila Odinga. True or false?
Ati?
Luo Nyanza are supporting Raila Odinga and they are listening and they are following what he is saying. Ni ukweli ama ni uongo?
No, it's
Raila,
not
Raila is an international person. He's not
He's international. He's international. No.
Yes.
I disagree with you.
He's not.
He is an international leader.
In fact, he has never campaigned for a seat in Luo Nyanza. He's our Nairobi candidate. Yeye ni jogoo wa mjini.
You are running away from what I'm trying to tell you, that people from Luo Nyanza are following and they are heading to where Raila Odinga is going.
Yes. Just let's be clear on that. It's true. Yes.
Thank you,
Mururi.
Come to Mount Kenya. Let me ask you this question: are people following or heeding to what Uhuru Kenyatta is saying? No.
Yes.
No. The other
100%. Yes.
Remember,
no.
Have you forgotten the Super Tuesday?
Remember BBI.
Yes, the Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday. Don't call it BBI. BBI is irritating to UDA. Call it Super Tuesday. After the Sagana meeting. After the Sagana meeting, what happened?
Out of 500 MCAs, only four or six MCAs voted for yellow fever.
what
So
is yellow fever? Can you first clarify what yellow fever is? Because I'm not aware of any party called yellow fever.
Okay. Everybody mute your mics. Thank you very much. It is 3 a.m. in Nairobi, and I want us to put this to rest. Let's hear from Stone PK quickly.
Huyu amelala.
Bernard, let me finish. Wacha nianze kung'atuka hapa.
Stony, unmute and speak. We can't hear you. Remove your headphones, probably. Your mic will be. Sorry, we can't get you. So the remedy is you will get out of the studio, log in properly, and then we'll be able to talk. Sorry for that. Let's hear Kelly. Kelly Maingi. Yes, get closer to the mic. Unasikika lakini uko mbali sana.
Okay, labda ni vile niko kwa nini, ngoja nitoe kitu.
Huyo pia asikiki, mwingine.
Unanisikia sasa?
Yes, that is better. Kelly, go ahead.
Okay, habari yenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Poa kabisa. Sasa kwanza kabla sijaongea sana, nataka kueleza jamaa, wakati unajua leo ni mara yangu ya kwanza nimeongea sababu kuna jambo ambalo nimeona limetokeza kwa hii group kwa muda. Kabla mtu hajakuja kuongea, tafadhali jiandae. Jiandae ili uje huo unaongea mambo yaliyopo. Mambo ambayo yako na msingi, mambo ambayo yako na nasema nini? Yako na backup. Wakati unasema fulani hana kitu, uwe na kitu ya kuweza kuprove. Wakati unasema pool sahihi Kuyuni ni hivi na hivi, basi toa hiyo pools tuione. Because kitu ya kwanza nataka kusema ni kwamba siasa it's not gut feeling. Si vile unafikiri hata ama ule msisimuko wa strike ya high school. Unakumbuka wakati uko high school ya student power, alafu mnapigana makelele mnafanya mambo. Hii siasa sio namna hiyo. So what you feel, strongly feel for you yourself might not be what is in the ground. So first get the things right, alafu ndo unakuja unaongea ukiwa na mambo kwa mkono wako. So my brother Mwirore, hata mimi ni mtu ya mlima. Japokuwa siko mlimani sahi, lakini watu yangu yote wako mlimani. Niko nje sahi, niko nje nchi, niko Marekani. Lakini tunafuatilia step by step. Wanadunga, tunadunga. Sijui kama unanielewa. So wacha kusema ya kwamba ati kulingana na vile unajua wewe, hatuja kuona ukiwa kwa political, umesoma political science, umefanya hiyo, wewe ni manyora. Kwanza jipatie, jenga jina kwanza, ili ukisema na authority. Ingekuwa ni mtu kama Wanyora anaongea, mimi kwanza ningefikiria mara mbili, niseme huyu jamaa wa political science amefanya research zake vizuri. So usikuja na gut feelings hapa. Tena useme. Alafu jambo la pili, mimi hata kuanzia leo nataka watu wa Kiambu mwache kujihesabu mkiwa watu wa mlima. Hata mimi ni wa Kiambu. But we do what the city says. We don't do what the mountain says. Kama ninadanganya mtu aniambie sahi. Kiambu people, mimi ni mtu ya Gashie.
I agree with you 100%, sir.
Mimi ni mtu ya Gashie. Kiambu people, sisi tunafanya vile town inasema, si vile mlima inasema. So nataka tuelewane hivi. Ndio siasa pale imefika. Unajua tulipoanza haya mambo ya siasa, unajua wakati Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali, kabla siasa zianza, alikuwa peke yake. Alikuwa ndio sababu akaitwa tangatanga, alikuwa na tangatanga peke yake. Nobody was even saying anything against him because he was alone. He was going to visit people in the mountain alone. So sasa amepata mpinzani, jamaa ameenda mara mbili, mara tatu, it's hot. It's hot. Sasa sababu mnaona mambo yendi sawa, mnaanza kusema mnakuja na theories. My friend, ngoja Pandora zianze kufunguka. Nyinyi wenyewe alibishwa. I can even bet Mwirore you will vote for Mbaba. Wait. Otherwise sahi hata tuwezi ongea. Mimi hata wale watu wanatembea na Ruto wote ni one time. Mtu naona anaweza ng'ang'ana faulu hapo ambao ako na Ruto. Labda Waishungwa tu. Hao watu wengine watafagiliwa. Ngoja mtaona tuko na nyinyi. Ngoja mambo, ngoja moto iwekwe mafuta. Sina mengi ya kusema, lakini nataka mara kwanza tuanze tujaribu tunaokota maneno sawa, tukija kuongea hapa tuko na vitu ya kusema. Hatuseme what we are thinking, ni vitu ambayo iko. Otherwise Azimio lao ndio letu. Watu
Azimio
wanaofikiria
la umoja ni letu.
Ndio hiyo. Watu ambao wanafikiria Kenya nataka kuwa na nini. Mtu hawezi tupigania maisha yake yote. Ameleta kila kitu alafu tunaongea mbaya kuliko yeye kuhusu yeye. It's impossible. This guy kama sio yeye, Kenya tungekuwa wapi sasa? Hiyo kitu ndio na sababu youth wanakataa kuelewa. That is what the youth are refusing to understand. They don't know. Hiyo matuso wanatoa kwa mdomo. Hawajui kama 1990s ama late ilikuwa inaitwaje ama late 80s. My friend, ungesema anything ile kunyorosha ungenyorosha Nairobi. Hey. Kwa wakati wa Sabasaba waone vile tulilimwa. Tulikuwa tunashinda kulimwa hapo parliament bwana, tukijaribu kutafuta haki. Huyu jamaa amelimwa my friend, unajua jiji watu ni vile Raila asemi kabisa. Unajua vinyo makende nini? Na uvinyo sababu ya maisha yako na familia yako, unavinyo sababu ya Kenya mzima. Yeah? This is a guy who has fought for us. Jamaa ameenda ameangalia huko, amepigania katiba. Hii katiba wakati nini imeletwa, inaitwa nini? Wakati devolution imeletwa. Hiyo devolution ilienda Ujaluoni. Devolution imekuja Kenya mzima. My friend, we are originating from kama Tharakanithi huko for the first time tunapata hey. I have to tell guys that it's paramount, imperative that everybody should think about Raila in a good way because this is a guy who has fought for everything that we are doing. Hata hizi barabara unaona zikijengwa saa hii nini, yeye ndo alizianzisha, alizichora nini na nini. Na ukiona Uhuru ameangalia bwana, wacha nikwambie. Wakati unaona mtu ameoa mwanamke, alafu within a very short time unaona ametoka huko na ukienda huko anakuambia jichunge, my friend, jichunge. Uhuru ametuambia tujichunge na mzee ameona. Ameonjeshwa. I think anybody who will not listen to Uhuru is a stupid guy. It's like wewe umesikia mtu analia kuhusu demu ambaye ameacha, amesema hapo jamaa nini? Wanaume angalieni vizuri kabla hujakanyaga moto, alafu wote unajipeleka kwa umefunga macho, utashangaa. That's all I can say for now.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. I think that is candid enough.
Yellow fever now, it's real now. You can get the answer of yellow fever, my brother Mwiruri. You have done something that is the answer of yellow fever. Okay?
Bernard, if you can allow me Nijibu Maingi. Maingi, I'll just ask you this in Gashi language.
Hold on, Mwiruri. Pasiot?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Bernard. And Mwiruri, you are highly welcome. By the way, our discussion is not, to demean each other. And I'm sure out of this, we are making, a better society for all of us. The only thing I want to say quickly, as I let you probably speak, is that it is very clear that the questions you are asking have already been answered here. The fact that Kelly Maingi comes from Central and Mwiruri, you come from Central, that is enough statistics. This is 50-50. Kelly is for Baba, you are for the UDA. That is already statistics. 50-50, Baba is the president. That's what you need to know. Lastly, what I wanted to say is this as I conclude. Mwiruri, I also want to bet with you. By February next year, as God gives us the chance. Remember, IEBC have stopped using money now. It is wrong for you to campaign with money now as we are speaking. Anybody who dishes money now, you are doomed. I want you to start
observing Mount Kenya, you trust me, and I want you to remain on this platform. By February, the crowds will be the crowd ambayo ni ya watoto ya shule, ya class 1, class 2. But real Kikuyus will not follow because there is no more money to be given. That one I'll tell you, take that to the bank. The people who support Baba, lastly, they don't use Baba's money. They use their own money. They spend their own hardly earned money to follow Baba. Those who follow Baba, regardless of the season, whether it's raining, whether it's shining, whether it's in the desert, they will always remain with Baba. But some of you have been following money. My friend, IBC mesema hakuna kutoa pesa anytime. Tuone kama sasa hawa watu watapatikana. And if you see a Kikuyu following somebody, he's following money. So utawacha kioski yako uendelee kufuatana na Wilbar? I don't think so. So let's see February, and that is my bet. Trust me, Mount Kenya is going to support Baba 70%. That's my bet.
Who is this? Mwiruri, make your response before we hear from Boni.
It's very unfortunate, Patriot, that you are saying Kikuyu do follow money. They don't have that independent mind. It's really sad, and it's really heartening that you can just utter such words. 2, Maingi, if I may ask you this in our mother tongue, if you don't feel offended.
Can I correct that?
Hold on, Mwiruri. Patriot, correct your statement.
Let me correct that, Mwiruri. Mwiruri, don't misquote me. I am quoting what Shebes said. Shebes, not me. When you see a Kikuyu running somewhere, a Kikuyu is going for money, and I'm sure you saw that statement. It's not me saying, I respect Kikuyus, they're my in-laws, but when it comes to that statement, it was not mine. Thank you.
I think if I can also chip in, actually nobody said that Kikuyus go for money, they don't have independent mind.
Order, Joe.
Aye.
Hey, you guys, you are becoming too much.
We just want to correct some small thing.
Ngoja kwanza. On this platform, no profiling of any community. Okay? No blanket judgment. Sawa sawa? Yes. So let's not talk about Kikuyu following money.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. That's exactly what I wanted to say. I wanted to correct that. And I think Muriri got it wrong. He was the Patriot said they go for money, but they'll make their decision. He said they'll vote 70% Baba. That means they're just going for the money, but they'll vote with their decision. Atuku Semati, they don't have an independent decision. No, I've not heard that. They'll go for money, but they'll make their decision.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for that. Maingi, is Maingi around? Sioni Maingi hapa na nataka kumuuliza swali.
No, he's dropped out. I think his network dropped. So wait for him. When he comes back, he will ask him the question.
Okay,
no, he can go ahead, please.
No, I'll ask because the question is directed to Maingi and I do want to have an answer immediately. Let me wait for him. So that
then Maingi is not in now. Wait for him to come back. He will direct your question to him. But just as a point of information, we have James. James is not in today. James is one of the elderly, serious political minds from the mountain. And from his statistics, yours are very shocking. Bonnie Ochieng.
Yes, how are you guys?
Talk to us. How are you?
I'm fine.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Nimeingia late, lakini ni sawa nimewapata. I just want to make this, Bernard. One, we should actually allow the opponent, that is the UDA, more of them to come on board, because actually they try to tell us their line of thinking, okay? So we will build more on that one. So we need more of Muiruri than any other thing. And we should not castigate them. Let us allow them to talk, because whatever they, somebody said, I think Oscar Sudi, no, not Oscar, this Governor Mandago, usiweke politics kwa nini, weka kwa lang, something like that, so that you blow it out. What should be worrying you, Muiruri, right now is the formation of these small political parties around Mount Kenya. This is strategy. And somebody said that Raila Odinga is a terrible organizer. You see, the other day, he changed Azimio La Umoja to be Azimio La Umoja movement.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for that.
This one is going to accommodate all these small parties, which your man said that he will not accommodate them. He don't want them. This is a strategy, okay? And right now, we cannot, and we can't dismiss where the elderly are. We know very well that each and every community, they respect the elderly. Somebody who speaks for them. As at for now, whether you ask a small person, they'll say Uhuru. Whether you say it, what, that is it. We don't say that because Uhuru is supporting Raila, no. We know that Kikuyu people, they have been voting according to their kingpin. We don't want to lie to ourselves. Let us not live in denial. This is political denial you are in. Okay. The truth is, somebody said here, listen, we are in December. This guy just announced his presidential campaign yesterday. You saw how people were terrified within the weekend over here. By February, my friend, all right, let's just leave it like that. But otherwise, the fact is, even you know the truth where you are, that when money has been cut, the way IBC now decided to put a speed governor on money, the crowd will diminish. And when the crowd will diminish, there's a people who normally speak from their lungs. They are just mad for nothing. I heard somebody say yesterday, alikuwa Ukambani. He says tumetengeneza barabara hapa almost 200,000 kilometers. At the same time he's saying, huyu jamaa wa kitendawili alipokuwa hapa kuna barabara yenye ilitengenezwa, si hamuna barabara. So which one yenye wametengeneza? Au watu hawana barabara na wametengeneza 200 already. So people are getting tired of these lies, and lies are short-lived. We are here to see what is going to happen. But for now, time will tell. Time is going to tell, and time never lies. It never lies. If you say that Raila only came thrice for Kibaki, you are lying. But time will never lie. You know very well you are lying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. I want us to go to Jacob. Jacob has been silent for long, and community. And sister, I think we should begin to close. But let's hear from Jacob before we hear from PK. One thing that Muiruri did not respond to is Sagana and Super Tuesday. When you give your closing remark, I want you to respond to that. Jacob.
Oh, okay. So, sasa ndugu zangu, ni vizuri kwa sababu ni mjadala ambaye tunajaribu kuangalia upande zote, na siku zote kila mtu, kila kiongozi ako na wafuasi, na siku zote wafuasi wa kiongozi mpaka atakuwa mstari wa mbele. Ijambo kuwa Kenya, kitu moja mimi nimeona tofauti ya hapa Amerika, mimi mahali niko, na tofauti ya Kenya, community wanaangalia kwa makini sera vile inafaa kufanyika, lakini Kenya watu wanafuata kiongozi bila kuangalia sera ama mahali ambayo unaelekea kwenda. So ndugu zangu, ni sawa tunasikiliza ground pale chini, lakini tunafaa tuangalie ni gani anatusaidia, kwa sababu katika maoni yangu kama Jacob, mara mingi mimi naangalia kuna bahati ya watu wanaona kana kwamba Raila hajafanya kitu nchi ya Kenya, wanapuusa kana kwamba Raila hajafanya chochote, ambaye mtu anashikilia ka kitu kimoja hivi, ambaye anaona kana kwamba yeye ndio bora kushinda hayo mambo yote wewe ulifanya. So mimi nashukuru kwa sababu wakati unasema sisi tumesema ni tofauti na kusema mimi nimesema. Na mara mingi ndugu zangu, afadhali mtu aseme mimi nimesema kama Jacob, siko kwa UDA ama siko kwa pale kwa Orange. Kwa sababu nikisema saa hizi mimi tumesema kama Nairobi hatuungi mkono Azimio la Umoja, ninadanganya, kwa sababu hatukuketi chini pamoja tukathibitisha kwamba hatuwezi kuenda kwa hii njia. Ni mimi nimefikiria kwa akili zangu, nikaona kwa akili zangu. So kwa sababu sasa nikiona maoni kutoka Mount Kenya wa ndugu, kuna dalili kwamba kuna watu ambayo kuna sehemu ya watu wanaunga mkono wa Azimio la Umoja, kuna wengine wanaunga UDA, lakini wa UDA wanasema kana kwamba Raila hana kitu Mount Kenya, na ukifuatilia kwa makini ni yeye mwenyewe ndio amesema, si milima ndio amesema. So kuna kwetu tunasemanga habari ya kuona na macho na ukusikia ni tofauti. So naweza kudhibitisha mambo ya macho, lakini naweza kuweka balance mambo ya masikio, kwa sababu sina hakika. So kwa maoni yangu naona kana kwamba tumeona kwa njia vizuri, na ndio maana pia sisi tukua hapa Amerika tunafuatilia sana, ndio tuende katika njia ambayo inatufaa. Vile mimi nimeona inatufaa kwa njia ya Azimio la Umoja, kwa sababu mimi nilifuatilia siasa ya Mheshimiwa William Ruto tangu 2013, 2017 hadi sasa. Sijaona kitu ya muhimu kana kwamba amenipendeza, kwa sababu ukiona kana kwamba maendeleo ya Jubilee ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ni kweli maendeleo, lakini ukiangalia pande moja, kwa mkono mwingine Raila anapinga hiyo maendeleo, na kuona kwa mwingine ana support maendeleo. So kana kwamba anataka kuonyesha amefanya track record kwa UDA, kwa Jubilee. Kwa mkono mwingine anaona kana kwamba Jubilee amefail, hajafanya kitu. So nikaona kana kwamba kuna tofauti kidogo ambayo hiyo njia hajanyoroka vizuri. Mimi nikiangalia hiyo njia, kwa sababu nikiwa chini yako Bernard na nikitoka nje pale nasema kazi ni mbaya, kuna kitu nimefanya, na nikiana mahali kwingine nasema tumefanya kama serikali. So nikana kwamba nakuunga mkono pande nyingine, kwa mkono mwingine na kubomoa, na anataka kuonyesha kana kwamba yeye ndio amefanya. Hakuna track record ya William Ruto yeye mwenyewe alifanya peke yake kana kwamba Ruto ndiye amefanya hii. Hakuna track record iko ya Jubilee government, lakini ya Raila Odinga inaonekana yake mwenyewe. Ya Raila Odinga iko wasi kwamba yeye ndio amefanya hii, walipokuwa hivi yeye amefanya hii. ya William Ruto nyako sasa, ambaye UDA wanaifunia sana, wanasema tumefanya kama serikali ya Jubilee. Leo alikuwa na community wa Masai Kajiado mpaka kutoka Samburu. Leo anasema mimi nashangaa kwa sababu yule mtu wanapata kura 20,000 kutoka Samburu na hakuna kitu amefanyia Samburu. Hajachangia mambo ya kanisa, atu sadaka, hajafanya hii. Lakini kuna mambo mengi amesahau, kana kwamba Raila aliwahi pigania Samburu County wapate haki kama county. So hapo ndivyo ndio Wasamburu waliamini Raila na wakatembea mpaka wamama wenye Kiswahili, wasee ajui Kiswahili, lakini wakienda tu kwa police station anasema tu wapi jina Raila, kwa sababu hiyo ndio nataka. Ndio maana hata viongozi kwa sasa wameshindwa kubadilisha wale watu, kwa sababu kuna track record ambaye bado imebaki kama ya Raila na hatoki kwa kishwa. So ndugu zangu, Mungu awabariki kwa hayo na tutazidi kuwa pamoja. Nimemaliza.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you. We appreciate your contribution. Unless there is a question, I want us to go fast. And please, tusiongee milele tafadhali. Nataka kutufunge hii show in the next at most 20 minutes. So chukua dakika zako 2, execute whatever you are saying in conclusion. Sisi tungatuke hapa. Stone PK amerudi. Hebu jaribu.
Nasikia kabisa. Nani huyu anatupigia kelele?
PK, bado shida iko.
Bado shida iko
bado shida iko, kelele mingi sana. Ni either hizo headphones zako umeweka ama kuna mitambo ambayo huja connect vizuri.
Imetulia.
That's better now. Microphone yako imezima. Pole, inaonekana leo utachangia. Twende kwa hiyo PK mwingine.
Asante kwa hii nafasi, asante sana. Nasema pole kwa hiyo PK mwingine mwenzangu. Actually mimi nilikuwa na enjoy kutoka kwa background. Nilikuwa nasikiza tu najienjoy, lakini nikasikia ndugu yangu hapo anaitwa Mwirori ndio amefanya nikimbia hapa haraka sana. Nimependelea mjadala wake na nikasikia siwezi vumilia, nikasema wacha nikuje nijaribu nione kama nitapata wenzangu hapa. Naona mjadala leo ni kuhusu hii chama mpya ambaye imezinduliwa, na kabla sijaenda kwa yale maneno Mwirori ameongea, ningependa tu kuchangia kidogo tu kuhusu mjadala wa leo. Vile ninavyojua, baba ambaye tunamuita baba Raila Odinga is synonymous with multipartyism. Yeye ni mmoja wa watu ambaye walipigania multiparty politics in Kenya, na hawezi hata siku moja kuwa, ingawaje I'm not speaking for him, sijawahi kutana na yeye, lakini mimi nilianza kumfuata kitambo sana. Hakuna siku nadhani Raila anaweza amka auwe mtoto ambaye alisaidia kuzalisha. Yeye hawezi kuwa upande wa kuua vyama vya watu, kitu ambaye yeye alipigania wakati tulikuwa hatuna vyama nyingi. Kwa hivyo anajua faida ya kuwa na vyama, na wakati tutakapofika tukue kiwango cha kuwa vyama zinaweza ungana viwe na ideology moja, vyama vitaanza kufunguka polepole. Lakini wakati huo sidhani mahali tuko kama nchi hatujafika kiwango hicho. Kwa hivyo hivi vyama ambavyo vinazaliwa na vinaungana na vyama vingine, that is the right way to go. Hawa watu wengine ambao wanataka kuua vyama vinavyozaliwa wawe na chama kimoja, wanasema ati wanataka kutengeneza chama kimoja ambacho ni national. Wanataka kuturudisha katika zile enzi tulizotoka. Na watu ambao hawajui kule tulikotoka, they don't understand, they don't know what we went through to come out of that and to be where we are, where we can speak freely. Hata mazungumzo kama haya tunafanya, kama ni wakati huo hii stesheni ingekuwa inaendelea, tungekuwa tu hata akina Demba na na rafiki yetu hapa chairman ambaye anaendelesha haya mazungumzo, angekuwa ameshachukuliwa mahali huko, angekuwa anaambiwa anapinga serikali, anapinga sijui nini, anaanzisha mvumo wa siasa nyingi hapa kwa mtandao. Sasa hii angekuwa anaongea story nyingi sana. And we are liberated, and this liberation was led by people like Baba. We are enjoying this. Whatever we are doing right now are fruits of people who have suffered. And I don't see how they can turn around and kill this dream. Kwa hivyo hivyo vyama vidogo vinazaliwa, I welcome them. Zijiunge, watu waingie ile chama wanataka, wachague ule mtu wanataka waongoze, na wachague rais ambaye wanataka. Wale wanaotaka kuingia kwa wheelbarrow wachague president wa wheelbarrow, ni sawa, tuko nao. Lakini sisi wengine tunajua taabu tulizopitia, sisi tunajiunga na Baba. On the issue of what Mwiluri talked about, anaonekana ni kama anajua siasa za Mount Kenya sana. What I can say, as far as the little politics I have observed, na zile vitu nimeona, this is the first time in Kenya's history, as far as I can say, that Mount Kenya is experiencing a situation that they have never had before. So the kind of situation we are having, most of these other tribes, including my tribe and others who are here, tunajua sisi watu wa kabila zingine tumewahi kusupport watu ambao wanapigania uongozi, na tukawapigia kura in wholesome, mtu ambaye si wa kabila yetu tukampigia kura bila kujali ukabila. But this is the first time Mount Kenya is being tested. This is the first time they are finding themselves in a very awkward situation where they have to choose of another tribe other than their own. Kwa hivyo watu wakikuja kwa kuchangia na kusema wanajua watu wa Mount Kenya watapiga hivi, wanapiganga hivi, wana mislead watu, manake this is unfamiliar ground for Mount Kenya people. Hawajijui mahali wako sahi, to be honest. Hawajielewi, manake hawajawahi kuwa katika hali hii before. Hawana kiongozi, wamezoea kupigia mtu wao, lakini raundi hii hawana mtu wao, wamepotea. Sisemi wamepotea njia, lakini hiyo ndio njia tunataka kwenda. Iwe Mkenya yeyote anaweza pigia mtu yoyote bila kuangalia kabila yake. And that is the future that will make our country grow. Other than that, I know Mount Kenya people are very smart. And the moment, because there's a likelihood, a very big chance, that Baba and UDA might pick running mates from Mount Kenya, that will be the biggest turning point. And the way I know the Mount Kenya politics is a Mount Kenya sahi, they are revolving around their region. The Kiambu region has already had its share. The Nyeri region has already had its share. But if a candidate comes from Muranga or diaspora or somewhere in Kirinyaga or Mount Kenya East and is in the camp of Baba, there is no way people in Murang'a will go to vote in UDA, because they know that is their opportunity to take leadership to Murang'a, because it is very clear that Baba is most likely going to be a one-term president. And if he picks someone, either from the diaspora Kikuyu or Murang'a, they know that is the opportunity they have within the next 5 years. And Kikuyu, being the smart people they are, there is no way they will waste an opportunity where they know the leadership can come back to them within 5 years, rather than throw their vote and wait for 10 years. Or even wait for 10 years, na huyo mtu vile mumemzungusha na ana pain, anaweza kuamua kusambaratisha hata hizo kura za Wakikuyu, na aseme hata hiyo miaka 10 akimaliza, kwa sababu mlikuwa mmemwahidi miaka 10 na mkamkoroga na amepoteza pesa zake nyingi, anaweza akaamua vingine. Manake yule ni kama mtu ambaye hana roho ya kusahau ama kusamehe. Na kama mnataka mtu ambaye anamsamaha na huwa anafutilia hata yale mateso alifanyiwa na watu, mnamjua mahali yuko, amesamehe wengi na amevumilia mambo mingi. Kwa hivyo Wakikuyu, if they want to be in safe hands, kama vile mliambiwa na Mheshimiwa Toli, you know where the safe hands are. Mjiunge vizuri, mngojee Baba wachukulie running mate, muache kutapatapa huku na kule. Muunge Baba, ndio angalau uongozi urudi kwenu tena. Na kama watu wa Western, maybe nikirudi hapo Western kidogo, kuna wakati watu wa Western walikuwa na miamba kama vile Musinde Modiro, kijana Wamalwa ule senior, na Mudavadi senior. Pia watu wa Western sahii wamejipata mahali pagumu kidogo, manake they don't have such kingpins. It is a period of them to realign themselves. Ni kama vile tu watu wa Luo Nyanza walijipata wakati Anyang' Nyong'o na Orengo na Raila wote walikuwa wanajitosa, kila mtu anataka kuwa ndio bingwa. Lakini walikuja wakajipanga, wakajua hapa lazima tujiunge pamoja, tusupport mtu mmoja. Watu wa Western pia, I think they are soon going to find themselves in the same scenario. Unanisikia?
Yes, sir. Please conclude.
Yeah. Yangu ni hayo tu. What I just wanted to insist on Mwiruri is that Mount Kenya people have found themselves in very unfamiliar ground, and I'm sure as soon as Baba appoints a running mate, Mount Kenya will throw the line. I'm not worried about Mount Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PK. The other PK, have you recovered? Oh, Stone PK, you are not lucky today. Sorry, I think you will come through next in the next show later on today. Jakindube.
Yaani Jakindube anaongea tu na mimi unanipita hapa. Sawa tu. Mara ya pili, mara ya tatu sasa naongea.
Basi ongea mbele yangu basi. Ongea mbele.
Endelea tu wewe, ushawekewa kura, wewe endelea.
Wewe hujamwaga pesa. Mwaga pesa utakuta nini?
Imekupatia nafasi, ongea.
Jakindube, dakika yako moja imeisha. Tafadhali maliza tunafungasha.
Okay, mimi naweza kusema kwamba nimesema asante sana. Mjadala wa leo ulikuwa mzuri sana. Lakini kitu ambacho ningelipenda kumwambia yule jamaa anaitwa Mwiruri ni kwamba hizo miaka zote ambazo amesema Raila hajakuwa na nafasi ya kukampeni, Mount Kenya, lakini zile sehemu amekampeni alipata wajumbe na alipata kura. Kama kule upande wa Meru alipata kura. Kwa hiyo huyo jamaa asiseme kwamba Raila hawezi kupata kura yoyote Central. Akienda kukampeni atapata kura na atapata kura nyingi tu bila kusaidiwa na mtu mwingine. Akipatiwa nafasi ya kukampeni atakampeni na atapata kura. Kwa hiyo hiyo ya kusema hawezi kupata kura, hiyo tafadhali, hiyo weka kando, hiyo atapata. Jambo lingine mimi nataka nikukumbushe ni kwamba tukitaka kupata suluhu lazima tuangalie tabu iko wapi. Na mimi ni kama naona Wakenya this time wanajua tabu tumekuwa nayo iko wapi. Kama tunaweza kuisuluhisha hiyo tabu, tutakuwa na matokeo mazuri. Kuna wakati mwingine nilisema mambo ya party, si kwamba ninakataa, si kwamba sipendi multi party, si kwamba sipendi party, lakini mimi nilikuwa nasema tu hizo party ziwe ambazo ni za watu waziangalie kama azimio la umoja, yani ziwe katika hali ya kuona kwamba Wakenya wote tunajiunga pamoja. Mahali kuna tatizo tunaitatua pamoja. Kwa hiyo langu si kusema kwamba hizo party ni mbaya, lakini mimi najaribu kuwahimiza vijana, msikatae mambo ya history. History ni kitu moja muhimu sana, muhimu sana. Hata ukienda kwa daktari anataka kujua historia yako iko namna gani. Hata ukipeleka gari yako kutengenezwa, hata saa, hata popote unapoenda lazima, hata ukitaka kuandikwa kazi lazima uulizwe mahali pengine pale ulifanya namna gani. Hata CV yako ukileta ni history hiyo. Kwa hiyo tusipuzie vitu kama hizo. Hiyo kupuzia history ndio maana tuko kwenye quagmire ambayo tumejipata ndani. Asanteni sana, muwe na wiki nzuri. Asanteni.
Thank you Jack Kindubei. Let's keep talking. Joyce, now your turn quickly. You are 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to applaud the debate, Leo. It was very nice, very good. I'd like to support Mururi. Aendelee kuongea bila nataka kuongea. This is very good. It is freedom of expression. I'd also like the moderator, because we don't invite people to come here to mwe ni mtu ya timu gani ama timu gani. But if we get one person from UDA, let him give him more time to talk. Alafu tuwache pia ajiexpress mwenyewe mpaka malize ndio to interrupt. Tusimkazie sana, because he'll be speaking for those who have not come into this meeting. All the same, Mr. Mururi, when you come here, why prepared na facts? Usiseme vitu from your feelings. Sema things that you can back up. Kama huyu jamaa mwingine anafikiri ni Jacob, ameongea kwa Kiswahili vizuri, lakini vitu zake taratibu amepanga. Things that are in public domain, things that hata wewe ukifanya research utafind he's talking what is there. Lakini tukikuja hapa, and I find this one, it's a problem with the UDA supporters or Ruto supporters, because they pick what Ruto says in public rallies. Now wanaleta hapa kwa hii forum. And we know very well Ruto anajulikana for what he says, and he doesn't even believe in them himself. Ama wale watu surrounding him, they say things that also they themselves don't believe. Today I heard them in Samburu. Like one speaker have said here, Ruto saying that Raila has done nothing in Samburu. And Mimi, I have worked in Samburu, Maralal town. And Maralal town, ukienda hapo shopping center, 80% of the shops ni Wakikuyu. And you know, the Samburu themselves, they've been feeling oppressed for so long, even with the businessman community. There's a history that there's a time they chased our Kikuyu wote. Paka njaa ikawashika, ikabidi tena waambie warudi wafungue hizo maduka. I know Samburu in and out. I also know Laikipia that he's been talking about. Laikipia kwanza, it's in, Nanyuki is in Rift Valley, it's not even Kikuyu. So Ruto talks things that he also himself doesn't believe. And that's why unaona akiongea hivi leo, kesho if he goes to the same stage, he'll talk different things. And those are the things that most of his supporters bring here. I think this forum is very mature. And if you talk things that are not, you know, in public domain or are not aligned to the history that we know, you'll get a problem here. So Bwana Mururi, next time if you come, just pick facts vizuri. Hata kama it's not favoring you, but you give it the facts, you give it as it is, then you will have a very good time debating here. But if you come with things that, you know, hata kama wewe vile leo ulianza vizuri sana, lakini the parameters you're using on this other side is not the same parameters that you're using on this side. So you're just speaking like Ruto himself. You're talking of things you don't believe in. But I can see from what I've heard you saying, you're a good debater, you're a good thinker, you're patient. I think if you come here next time, just do a research, come with facts, comes with things you can back up. Omona already, we have said, data imeonyesha hapa is already 50-50 because the other guy was saying he's also from Central. That's a fact. Tukisema votes ya Central Province, we have spoke for Ruto, the other guy spoke for Azimio. That's 50-50. That's a fact. You cannot deny it. So next time you come here, please come with facts. Otherwise, Bernard, I'm also requesting this forum. Actually, it reaches so many people, and I've had people discussing about this forum elsewhere. And I've talked with very senior people, actually, even in politics, that they appreciate what this program is doing. So to keep it, you know, with those high standards, to maintain those high standards, let's keep the people at the background also disciplined a little bit. I have seen somebody talking about using a woman's body, atakuja hapa tufanye hivi. That is not good, actually. Mimi kama kwa rika yangu, I don't think that is good for debate, hata kama ni hapa ama ni kule. Because as much as he can write it there, that means also one of us can say the same thing here. And like you said, internet never forgets. These are the kind of issues that can be used against this forum, nifungwe. Because the lady was crying. Hata kakulilia, nafikiri ulisoma, kasema bada ndo umesoma hiyo kitu. These are the things. I work in a very sensitive place in this government. And this one can be used against this forum. We don't want to lose this forum. As somebody said, some of our leaders fought for this freedom of speech we have here. So let's make use of it responsibly. That's all I wanted to say, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. We appreciate your continued support and contribution. I believe we are all heeding to the council. Let us behave ourselves. After our intervention, that matter was settled. I think the guy did the apologies and all is well. But that does not give anybody any license to use any language on this platform. We're going to get our acts very sharp so that we must maintain this platform because we are shaping the future of this country, and we take it as our very passionate call at this point in time. So if you're here to play, we will not have time for you because we are taking Kenya very serious, and we want these historical elections to give us a better Kenya than what we have had before. Thank you very much. I want us to go to who? Neno la mwisho from community. Wewe kwanza nakupatia dakika moja. I have 8 minutes to finish the show.
Yeah, asante sana kwa nafasi. Ile kitu ningeambia Machora, in fact leo umen let down. Lero kwande tirinse pi. Message ilikuwa like ya ngembe sana endu Dennis Ondieki. Ngole ngite te Machora kute message ye yo geko ninyeroche still no ere. It's okay. I hope the guy has gotten the message very well. So ile jambo ambalo ningependa kusema kuhusu ningependa kuambia ndugu Mwiruri kuwa take this to the airs so that its smell can be felt by all mankind, that Jacom is the real enigma in as far as political as far as Kenya political scene is concerned. You dismiss him at your own peril. About the advice to these so many parties ambazo zime crop up, like leo imefika we have 90 parties, 89 naona huenda zika lean on Azimio because UDA haitaki these small parties. So wacha niseme 88 kwa sababu 88 are small parties. One, ODM is a big party ambayo iko under Azimio movement. So 89 against 1. Na all these 89 parties, they have got very, very bright members ambao bright leaders ambao watakuja kuweka the interest of the local community on the table. So mimi ile kitu ningeomba kuwa these leaders wakati watakapokuwa wanakuja kujoin Azimio movement waweke the issues of common man on the table in as far as distribution of national cake or resources are concerned. Na kitu kingine tundugu Fred, when food is cooked in a pig sufuria, it will also reach ants. Na maanisha kuwa hii Azimio, hii ni sufuria. Chakula ikipikwa lazima yale matonge itafanya nini? Yataangukia sisi kama Wakenya tuyale. Kenyans, we have chewed water for so long, and truly we have known that water has got bones. May God bless you, Mr. Bernard, and my fellow panelists and friends in comment section, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you, community. Let's Fred, you will have a half a minute.
Thank you. Me, I just you know me. I always keep time. Community, thank you for that. But let me tell you this one in biblical. My Bible tells me that our God is not God of multitude, but is God of remnants. You're welcome to the bank. Is God of remnants. So what we are aiming up in Mount Kenya, we are not aiming up for multitude. No, we are just aiming up for only remnants, the like of Sabina Jeke. That is the remnants. A lady who come up passionately na kusema ya kwamba I don't fear to associate with Baba, to Azimio right now, and I don't even although it will cost me my opportunity becoming a governor. And let me tell you something for free. For only that statement, she's the incoming governor. My friend, watch it. And we'll be here and we'll come to discuss this issue here. Because it means in Mount Kenya right now, we don't need multitude. No. Hiyo wakati iliisha. Nyinyi wenyi mkisema you are going for multitude, but I believe in what the Bible says. And the Bible tells me that each and every word that came from the mouth of God shall not return empty. And because God is not God of multitude, it's God of remnants. We need just remnants in Mount Kenya. Okay, let me finish by saying this. Hizi vitu zote mnaona zinafanyika hivi. You can see each and every small party you see is coming up. You can see the hand of Raila Odinga. You can see the hand of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. If it is in Mount Kenya or the other side, not central, you can see that hand there. If it is western side, you can see the hand of Raila Amolo Odinga. If you see in coast, you can see the hand of Raila Amolo Odinga. If you see in Kisii, Nyanza also, you can see the hand. At the end of the day, tunajaribu kusqueeze. We don't need multitude, we need remnants. Wale wachache kidogo kidogo, at the end of the day we'll be able to squeeze a little. Yani bale hununa vsa pole.
Kamilisha tafadhali, kamilisha.
Pole. No, sasa the late Michael Wamalwa kijana says that mukachamwalia kiminawa keva asungu mara mwao kamulifana muli mwachalile kumuhinga kwa lihese mulomani kwa mulasarula ngana mulia kama furatawe kiminawa keva asungu sekinyira kyahola kusinsu yosiyosi tawe. So patriot, I think you understand that one very well. So kiminawa it doesn't. So and then thank you, Bernard. And I think I talked to you offline, and you have not come back to me. I am expecting you to come back to me offline.
I will. Thank you very much. Patriot, help us with that one as you give your closing remarks. We are out of here.
No, hiyo ilikuwa ni kitendawili ya baba, so you don't need to. Some people don't want vitendawili, so that is between us. Now, I want to say this to Mwiruri as I conclude. Mwiruri, first and foremost, I want to welcome you to the forum. Feel welcome. You are a very, straight shooting young person, and I am sure you have a future in leadership. And one thing I want to let you know from my experience is that politics has no permanent enemies and it has no permanent friends. So I know that you're not a fool, because it's only fools who don't change minds. Wise men change. I was at some place some time back politically. Now I've changed. I know with the time you will find yourself the right place. I am not worried, Mwiruri, but one thing I want to say, personally, I'm impressed the way you articulate your issues. I want to be candid and also say, if we harassed you, we are sorry, but you will get time to speak to us and you will understand who we are. And so I want to encourage you to be coming. Now, what I want to say is this as I conclude. Azimio La Machungwa na Mbolea, that was today's topic. The point is this: UDA mnasema kazi ni kazi. Wacha niwaambie leo what Azimio la Umoja means. Azimio la Umoja means chama ni chama. Chama ni chama. Nyinyi mnasema kazi ni kazi. We are giving you the same dose of your medicine. Kama kazi ni kazi, hata nyinyi muheshimu chama ni chama. We are going to pick all sorts of parties, whether they are small, big, to make sure that they are in the basket of Azimio La Umoja. And why are we going for that narrative? And I want you, Mwiruri, to listen to this because we also understand politics. And when a politician uses a hammer, you must look for a heavier thing to hit back. You see, you are telling us that we despise, the hustlers. We despise the little men who are doing small businesses. I want to see you people respect small parties, because the parties are comprised of people who are starting politics at their young age. I'm talking about political experience. Like now, Mwiruri, you've told me you have never voted for a seat, you have never vied for a seat, but very soon you will. So we must respect you, nurture you, train you, tell you this is wrong, this is right, for you to be somewhere. So I want you and your party to also respect small parties, because chama ni chama. Chama ni chama. Vile mnataka tuseme kwamba kazi ni kazi. Kwa hivyo leo tumepata chama ya Mbolea, kesho tutapata chama ya Chui, kesho ingine tutapata chama ya Maembe. Don't tell us those are village parties, because mumesema kazi ni kazi. Azimio la Umoja inasema chama ni chama. So therefore my conclusion is this: this country has come of age in as far as democracy is concerned. Something that I will not sit back to be comfortable to watch is a situation where we are eroding the gains politically that we have been able to achieve as a country. The democracy of this country, where it stands now, it is defined in terms of multipartism. We are a multi-party state. So if we are not going to encourage people to come forward as leaders using their parties, then we are doing them a disservice. We'll be doing the democratic, achievement of this country a disservice. So I want to believe that the only way we can achieve the goals that are ahead of us, the only way we can realize the dreams of our forefathers, is to embrace multipartism, whether they are village-based, whether they are regional, whether you call them national. To me, chama ni chama, kwa sababu mnataka tuheshimu kazi zenyu, kwa sababu mnatuambia kazi ni kazi. So I want to thank you so much for the able panelists who spoke today. And more importantly, I want to ask Mwiruri to bring more of the UDA people who reason like you, so that we make progress out of this. But the last promise I want to leave you, by February next year, Baba will be doing 70% of the mountain. Thank you.
Thank you, Patriot. We appreciate your input and contribution. I wanted purposefully to give Mwiruri the last word, and then we are out of here.
Thank you, Bernard. First, I appreciate giving me the chance to participate in this platform. This was my first time, and I hope and pray that I'll be a regular participant here. You asked me about two questions about the Super Tuesday and about the Sagana meeting, if I can recall well. Well, the Sagana meeting was all about asking MCAs to vote to accept and vote in for BBI in the county assemblies. And if you can recall it, Bernard, and be honest, all MCAs were promised to be given car loans, or I don't know, car grants, and that's why they passed the BBI thing. Unfortunately, the BBI came to a stop in Meru. You can recall what happened in Meru Stadium, Kinoru Stadium. I know you'll be honest and you'll agree with me that the reggae was stopped in Meru by the likes of Moses Kuria. PK, a response to PK, I've written them down so that I can be very fast. He said that we don't have a presidential candidate from Mount Kenya region. PK was wrong, because we have two presidential candidates. We have Muturi and we have Mwangi wa Iria, and they are from Kikuyu region, from Mount Kenya region. And PK supported my sentiments by saying that coming the next general elections, Kikuyu, the Mount Kenya region will not have a kingpin. And sorry to say this, that Mount Kenya have embraced, or they have adopted William Ruto as the kingpin. Response to Jackie Dube. Ni ukweli Raila Odinga atapata kura kidogo, atapata kura huku Mount Kenya, from Mount Kenya, but itakuwa tu kiasi, not more than 3%. Joe, response to Joe. Joe was a bit harsh, but I will respond to him.
Mwirudi, where do you get? Can you support your 3%, please, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, support your.
I will in the next session, because right now these are closing remarks, and I'm going to close my remarks soon. But I hope to keep engaging you here, patriots.
No, the 3% is important for you to defend it now.
Okay, I'll come back to that.
I am sure it's not from the air.
Sure, I'll come back to that, Bernard. A response to Joe. I'm sorry, Joe, that I'll never say what you want to hear, but because I'll never betray what I believe in. Do not mistake my support for UDA for immaturity. You can take what I say, what you believe is hearsay, you can just ignore it. If you believe what I'm saying is hearsay, you can just skip that, you can just ignore that. And Joe, what makes you really believe that Kelly Maingi is a Kikuyu? I asked him where he comes from, Gashie, which part of Gashie he comes from. I asked him in the local dialect, Kikuyu, and he just left. So what makes you believe that Maingi is from Gashie or from Kiambu? Because I searched Kelly Maingi from Facebook, and I never saw any profile that he owns in Facebook. You can do a quick search.
Sasa,
and I believe that
umeanza kunichanganya tafadhali, okay?
Okay.
Must I be a Kikuyu in order to know Kikuyu?
He said he is a Kikuyu.
Must I know Kikuyu in order for me to be from Gashie?
No, but I searched his profile from Facebook. Kelly Gashie.
No, there are many people I have as friends who are not on Facebook.
So, Bernard.
Yes.
I'm from Luo Nyanza. Can you believe that I'm from Luo Nyanza?
You have already told me where you are from, so I can't.
No, it's just an assumption that I tell you I'm from Luo Nyanza. You know, I have to do some background check.
Yes, that background check. Hold on, we are saying the same thing. That background check you are making, okay, it is subjective. Subjective in the sense that there is no law that requires me to be on Facebook. So you cannot use Facebook as a credible system of checking who is who. It's just one of the alternatives. Ungeniambia umeangalia kwa data ya ID za Kenya na ukuona Mwiruri ama ukuona nani, that is valid because that's an official document. But Facebook is not.
And people use names and different names. People are using different names here which are not theirs. So how did you know whether that was a nickname he's using or a genuine name?
Okay, we can stop at that. I believe he used a pseudo and to try and convince us that he is from Gashie, of which I totally believe he is not from Gashie. Patriot, to you, back to you. Thank you so much for being so kind. I don't take your kindness for granted, and I'm looking forward to having this on a regular basis. And I believe from the observation, majority of the participants here are supporting Raila Odinga candidacy, and I respect your choice and decision. Do not take my support for Ruto for psychophancy or lack of proper decision-making or something. And I feel so much welcome here. The initial topic of discussion was about these small parties joining and forming a major or supporting or joining each other and making big coalitions. And Bernard, you made a comparison of D.A.P and UDA. You say there is no difference. But I can tell you for free that you cannot compare the two. UDA is a party that is deep-rooted and one that is sellable to voters across the country. UDA is a party that has an economic model and political ideology that will move our country forward. And I think I'm done. I've responded to each and every person, and I look forward to engaging you in more debates. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mwiruri, but I will challenge on your fact on UDA. In the sense that even your party leader, if I ask you what does he stand for, I don't think you have what to pinpoint to.
What makes you believe that he stands for nothing or he does not stand for anything good or something?
What does William Ruto stand for? That he has consistently stood for since 1992 when he joined the politics.
One thing that he stands for good leadership, a corrupt free country.
Hey, well, hold on. When did we start? When did we start? Because by the way, for your information,
utakimbia utakimbia bwana, usienda hapo. Tuko tu friendly, tuko friendly na tunacheza hii mchezo tu kifriendly. Sasa usikuje usiende mahali ambapo utashambuliwa ukose kurudi hapa kesho. Leo tunakuhitaji, tunakuhitaji ndugu yangu.
I'm really comfortable.
Okay, look here, Goja. Okay, when we talk about Raila Odinga, okay, he's a social democrat. He stands for Kenya for all Kenyans. He has proven it by consistently fighting for it all his life. Okay, I want you to give me a parallel of William Ruto. The same.
Bernard, Maingi is back. Kelly is back.
Yes, I've seen him.
I came back purposely because I heard that guy say mnaona Kikuyu sana shindo. Kwani ningesema niko Mkikuyu kama niko Jaluo kweli? I'm proud of whom I am.
Nataka atoe Kikuyonometa saya kupime akupatie results.
Huwezi judge mtu kwa jina ama nini. Sasa if even I was to take his name for Kikuyu, kwanza Mwirore ni Aembu kwanza hata si ya Kikuyu.
Maingi, we are coming back to you. Thank you. Hold on. I want Mwiruri to answer my question, then we give it to you. You tumalize hii short afadhali. Mwiruri, unmute and speak.
Sorry, I'm really sorry for that. What was your question, Bernard?
What does William Ruto stand for politically?
And I told you what he stands for, and you see that if I have to start that.
No, what you're giving me was testimonials. Okay, I want you to give me an ideology. Okay, like I told you, Raila Odinga is a social democrat. Okay, he believes in Kenya for all Kenyans. He has proven it by fighting for the same thing all his life. Okay, give me a parallel for William Ruto. Since 1992 to date, what has he fought for? What does he stand for? That we can clearly see.
William Ruto has fought for democracy in this country, in this aspect.
Which year? When? With who?
He continuously fights for democracy in this country, even up to date. He is so articulate, so clear on the kind of country he wants to lead and the kind of country that we should have.
My friend, you are telling me what he told you, or we are talking about history, historical, okay?
I don't believe in history, Bernard. And
you don't need to believe in history. I want you to tell me William Ruto was first in parliament in 1992, okay? When the whole country was fighting for multipartyism, where was he? He was a minister for no change. He supported KANU all through. He's a man who anti-change, okay? 2002, when the whole country was against KANU, where was William Ruto? His consistency is maintain things the way they are. Don't change anything. Don't change the constitution. Don't change the mode of leadership. Don't change anything. Leave me everything the way it is. That is his ideology. If he fought for democracy, I don't know, because in history books it's not there. In the current history where we saw ourselves, because I was in high school in 92, I didn't see it. Prove it to me. So if he has started to fight for it in 2021, then tell us he started in 2021 and what happened to him to be changed.
Bernard, you want to push me so hard to talk about history. I don't know what to talk about history because there are so many things I don't believe in.
You don't even have a choice not to talk about history.
Is distorted. We have a distorted
Miruri, hold on. I want to hand you over to Maingi, but I want you to get it very clear. You have no choice, okay, about your history because it's yours. And the history of Kenya, you don't have a choice over it. It already exists. It already took place. So if William Ruto is who you are telling us he is, we go to the National Archives tomorrow morning. Let's meet there. Let's check the newspapers of the 90s, of the early 2000s, and tell us this is William Ruto on the pickup going to Kamkunji, fighting for multipartyism. Let's remove all those pictures. You cannot, your failure to believe in history does not change it. Neither does it make any difference.
Thank you, Bernard. If you want to talk to me about history, I remind you of a candidate who has never accepted any election defeat. So I don't want to talk about history.
Election results are not to be accepted. Election results are supposed to be fair, free, credible, verifiable. If you can't verify, then you can't ask me to accept.
If you don't open the server, you can't open. And what happened?
Thank you. So if your failure to believe in history is because somebody refused to accept results, I am free to reject even results from the doctor because
Please
I must verify. For me to be convinced that these results are mine. Because even going to the lab and coming back does not prove that those results are mine. Anything can happen in between. So you don't bring me results. I must see how you ended up to those particular results. If you can't show me the way,
Bernard,
I won't accept it.
Bernard,
in fact, from the fact that you are asking me to accept means you have come back. Okay, let's sort this out. Mainge and Mwiruru, you have 2 minutes. Malizaneni tafadhali tufunge station.
Thank you, Mikey, for coming back. I really wanted to know which part of Gashie you come from.
Mimi natoka hapo Rivarori. Unajua Rivarori?
Gashie hakuna Rivarori.
Unaona sasa hujui Gashie.
I know Gashie. I have worked in
Gashie. Rivarori ni hapo kona. Ikuja mpaka hapo unafika SDA. Hiyo ndio area inaitwa Rivarori.
Inaitwa Roriani. Si Rivarori, inaitwa Roriani.
Ya. Roriani ni ndani. So my family comes from unajua Mchugia? Unajua Mchugia?
Moshuhia.
Yeah.
Yes, I know Moshuhia.
Bas, my mom comes from that.
From Moshuhia?
Yes.
There are 2 centers.
So ukisikia nikikwambia najua pale natoka, najua. And I've grown up from there. Nimesomea nikiwa hapo mpaka juzi ndo nimetoka tu Kenya nikiwa hapo.
Nimekuuliza Moshuhia kuna 2 centers, kuna Kijiko and kuna...
Naposema Moshuhia sisemi center, nasema mtu familia.
No.
Nikiomba iPhone unasema tuingie huko ndani. Sasa
kwa ufupi nilitaka kukuambia uelewe, ninaposema niko sisemi ati for the purpose ya kusema ati si siasa ilikuwa. Okay?
But maybe you are using a pseudo account. That's why I don't believe you come from that place. You are using a pseudo account.
These are my names, my J.
But see, Muriri, check mine. My account does not read your.
And again, the thing also, I'm not in Kenya now. That's another thing.
Name my patriots. My called patriots.
And again, pia sija okay, pia nimekulia Mombasa. That's said my accent ndio sababu usikii ikiwa na r nyingi huko.
Bernard, you are done here with Maingi. Thank you, Maingi.
So, but now this is what I wanted to say.
Sure.
Mirore, I like the way you are arguing and everything that you are doing. It's good. I don't want you to run away from this forum, because I see uko na way una argue ambao inaweza leta substance, but this is what I will advise you. Kabla uingie kesho, tafadhali enda uchimbe. Unakumbuka ile kwa tunaenda kuchimba tuko high school? Enda uchimbe alafu ukuje ndio tugonge sawa sawa. Hata sisi tunataka kugongwa bwana. Ndio tufungue mafikara. Lakini usitugonge na maneno tu ya gut feeling, tugonge na maneno unaweza prove. Ukisema ni hii na hii, unatuonyesha hii. Kama hata unajua nowadays everything that you need can easily be googled.
Thank you Maingi, I really appreciate. Na
unaona, ngoja nimalize. Like wakati uliposema mambo ya Uhuru na Kibaki, uliona mara moja tuligugu mbio pa tukakwambia 70 what? Unaona? Those are the things we are talking about.
No, I'm the one who said 21 versus 78. I'm the one who said that. You guys said that Uhuru won from Mount Kenya, and I said no, Kibaki won by 78%.
Yeah, but he's saying Google can give us answers. That's what he's saying, my brother. He's saying that Google can give us answers, and Mwiru, you are right on that, of course.
So that's all I would say for you for now. Lakini kile niko nataka kusema kama ikiwa parting shot yangu for now, because naona ni kama tunafunga ama namna gani Ben?
Hata tumechelewa.
Okay. So about the reason to why tunaongea tukipinga Ruto sana. Sisi tunamchukia as a human being. Hapana. Ni sababu ya yale mambo aliyosimamia. Unaona? Na mambo ambayo tukipenda Raila pia, sisi tunampenda sana, ni mambo ambayo ametufanyia na mambo ambayo anasimamia. Tunapozungumzia mambo ya Ruto, tangu tujue Ruto akiwa university hajabadilika hata kidogo. Because my first incident ya kujua na Ruto ilikuwa 92. Na sijaona amebadilika hata kidogo. Since then mpaka sasa msimamo ni ule. Hasira ni ile. Unaona? So I think if it would be changing according to vile mambo inaenda, I think hata ningempatia chance. Ningefikiria mambo yake, sababu ako na msisimuko fulani ambao pia naona unashika vijana wa Mount Kenya. Huo msisimuko ako nao, kama ungekuja na change ambayo ni hakika, hata mimi ningemfikiria. Lakini tuangalie, huyu ni mtu ambaye amepinga BBI, ndio anataka kuja kuifanyisha kazi. Sasa hivi tunavyoongea, tunataka president ambaye anaweza kufacilitate hii BBI ifanye kazi. Ndio devolution ikuwe sawa. Because as we talk now, bado devolution haijaingia vizuri. People are still suffering. We need money down mashinani. We need development down mashinani. The only person who can do that, because he believes in it and he knows how it works, ni Raila. Sasa tunachukia Ruto. Ruto does not believe in devolution. Na si kwa ubaya. Ni vile amekuwa kish all along. Kitu ya pili, Ruto hajaonyesha wa Kenya kuwa anafikiria Kenya as in general. Okay, yes, ajai kuwa kwa whim of power for some time tangu aanze mpaka sasa. But juzi ameingia kwa kiti. Uhuru was a gentleman. Alimpatia 50-50. Wakati Uhuru alikuwa anachagua all over the country, this guy went and picked his boys from the village. Akawapatia. Na those are the boys wametumalizia kina KPL, kina finance, kila pali. Ndio sababu tunalia sahi. So, if kama hata angepewa hii, alipewa hiyo nusu mkate yeye alipewa, akaitumia vibaya. Raila alipopewa nusu mkate, si alipatia kila mtu. So that's why we are saying this guy cannot do it. If he's given the country now, bado hajalan. Wacha kwanza enda opposition na land kidogo huko. Alafu tutafikiria mambo yake kama atalan. But if he doesn't land, bwana, wacha tuachana na sisi wa Kenya bwana. That's all I can say for now. Tuonane kesho.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. I think we rested there. Just for Mwiruri, you don't like history, but you need to do some background checkup on your party leader. Which company has he ever worked for? Where has he made his money except in politics? If that is how he has made his money, in politics, what role model is he to the rest of the young people in Kenya? Which school or which university can offer him as a personality to study in order to make wealth? Is it Nairobi University? Is it Makerere? Or is it Harvard? A thought for the night. Thank you very much, guys, for making this show a success today. We appreciate all of you. There is UDA TV. Bernard is a bully. I accept. And I'll be watching UDA TV. Thank you very much for the positive compliment. D. Kim, thank you very much. Dennis Ondiek, we appreciate you. AOG May TV, BBI ilikuwa na faida gani kwako? We will tell you next time. Jacob Senior, thank you so much. Destiny cannot be postponed. We appreciate your contribution. Saburina Canon, thank you very much for continuing to support and watch Mulembe TV. Caroline McKenna, we appreciate you. Denley, we salute you. Thank you so much. Kasim, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Evans Omariba, thank you very much. Dan Millionaire, Millionaire, whichever. Thank you very much. Let's do this again later on in the day. Please, if you have not subscribed to Mulembe TV, please ensure that you do so and continue sharing the video with everybody in your life. Let's see to it that we shape the conversation of this country in the right direction for the betterment of our great future. God bless you. See you in the next show.